Sustain or a different Vanguard choice here to anchor a bit better. It's going to be all off the Crash ultimate, and it's not happening yet.
Oh, Leolaz with the aim diff to begin with here. Now Crash can try and turn this around.
Chat, we're watching Pro League.
Here, take down the Cosmic Yarn amplifier as Kai around the back doesn't appear to have gotten.
Tell me if it's too loud.
JDX once again,
I can cut it down real quick.
Chase is going to be good. Save farewell to the...
Wait, save?
And there's no one there to touch it! Oh my goodness!
Is that better, chat?
Predator, but what about when the Predator catches you? The Glartrox pushes them all away, and Shikigami take it 2-0.
The way that the Glartrox brought them back just to watch the C9 happen is also next level torture. Well, congratulations, Shikigami, pulling out the sweep. Tetcher, we had a lot of fun watching some of these mirrors.
That was spectacular. Such a good series. Again, TCO with the insane push earlier on into, as Legday mentioned, some of the best like mid pickups like in the neutrals that we have seen from Leolaz. Frost Mountain as well.
Chat, I got it as full screen. As full screen will go on my end.
That was also insane, winning multiple 1v1s against the Divers. I was very tempted to give them the MVP as well. This was just such a good series.
I can do that.
Such a well-deserved win from Shikigami after playing an incredibly well-played game. And the MVP is going to go to Frost Mountain, not just for that last play, but also on the Moon Knight earlier, being able to just wipe out the backline, the trades he was...
Yeah, y'all are seeing everything now. Perfect.
This was just an incredible Frost Mountain game.
Yeah, and this is a hero he doesn't usually play. And I think I would totally give MVP just for that final play, because that's him smiling at you as you fall off the map and lose the series. Like, it's hilarious. Such a wholesome guy, but anything but wholesome when it comes to in-game. Shikigami, I mean, went on an absolute tear when it came to this map from the first point to the second objective as well. It was smooth sailing for this team. It was fun to see.
Alright, chat, I'm gonna go get me some water
Kaya versus Coco,
and grab a snack so we can sit down and enjoy this.
When it comes to that Vanguard Brawl, we of course, we're bringing them up every single time. I'm sure a lot of us have agreed that since preseason, we've all kind of become Isidore superfans, just due to how much presence they have on the map, whether it's on the Devil Dinosaur or the Groot. This is a player leg day that just continues to impress us.
Yeah, when Isidore's on the map, you are essentially having to guarantee resources his way from the enemy team, right? Like, whatever Issidor's chasing needs so much in the way of pocketing and healing. Isidore just does so much damage, and it makes so much room for Kaya and Frost Mountain to work. And I think that we've seen Kaya and Frost Mountain be so much more effective this year compared to last year because Isidore is doing this kind of tenderizing role, making sure that those dives are always going to be under-resourced on the healing side.
And we placed basically everyone on this team except for Lindstrom. 46k healing, so well-deserving their flowers as well. Only going down 5 times, being able to just stay up and even getting 7 final hits themselves, just turning into an absolute hit scan god, out final hitting Coco or Hasta. This is an incredible team level.
Absolutely, and it was the timing of the straddles from Lindstrom and Cat that broke up a lot of the combos from either it was the Rocket plus 21k trying to go in, deterring Coco and Haster, but we went from 23 final hits between Frost Mountain and Leolis on map 1 to 23 final hits just for Leolis. Like, this guy went sicko mode on the Phoenix. This has to be a ban consideration for any team going against them in playoffs.
We love to see it. We've iterated a couple times, but for those who might be joining us here in EMEA, Leolas has been slowly building a reputation after starting as an EMEA MRC console champion in Season 0, and then moving over into Ignite and just continuing to go from strength to strength. But we're going to have our own fan-out moment, as it's going to be Isidore in the interview, where we're going to get to ask them a few questions about what was yet another incredible Shikigami win. But of course, I have to start with the difficult question. In your first map, the first point, what went wrong there? You started off a little slow before you really got into your momentum.
I don't know. I don't think we really thought they had that in them with the dive. We thought they were more gonna look to play something more front to back, I guess, with a little bit of dive, but we got a bit surprised when they went, or when they rolled out on like full dive, so it took a little bit too long for us to get used to it, I guess, for us to like call how to play around it.
You guys are 4-1 now. You've managed to secure your second seasoning into playoffs from your group, and you've got a considerable amount of time off, a month. What are you guys going to be focusing on in your time off?
I mean, I guess there's going to be a new patch, so developing in the meta, or like see how it develops and what we really need to practice on. But there's a lot of heroes that we're probably going to have to practice that we're not like playing right now. Like, we have not really delved too deep into the triple support stuff, kind of like we did in pre-season. We also avoided that in group stage.
Chat, we're back.
Then, like, as
We got a snack, we got some water.
Progressed, we noticed how we kind of have to match it when everyone else is playing it, so we're probably gonna do that again.
Yeah.
So far, they're sweeping.
How have you felt about your approach to this meta? How confident are you that you guys are going to be able to figure out the future? And how happy are you with how this group stage has went? Not sure how close to perfectionism you are as a player.
I don't know. We started off pretty slow, I think. There's some taking used to like the new roster and like in general, like how we treat scrims, I guess. But I think right now we're at a very more stable point than we were at the start, so. Wait, sorry, what was the other question?
Oh yeah, your approach to the meta, and yeah, just how happy you were with the group stage.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm happy, like we won our games, but of course I would like to do it a bit more like tidy. It was a bit messy some games, but a win is a win, so.
Final question, as you guys are definitely through to the playoffs, is there anyone in particular you're looking forward to playing again as we head on into those playoffs in about a month's time?
I don't know. We're pretty excited to just play any good team. We just want some good Marvel rivals, and we just want to prove ourselves that we can actually hang in the top leagues.
Continuing to prove that for now. We'll let you get back to your team for your rest and relaxation and your preparation for those playoffs. Isidore, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm guessing because I'm on the stream section, it's not picking up the audio, like, from the game itself, and it's just wanting to put it on my other one.
The MEA, the home of the best Marvel rivals. We have both world champions. We love to see it. But as such, unfortunately, it's the end of our games for today. So let's have a look at those groups. After 3 intense weeks and a pre-season of play, we have our final standings. 2 teams sit undefeated with Natas Vincere and Team Heretics sitting at the top of their tables in 5-0. Virtus Pro are 4-1 with Shikigami, and then we start to get into a bit more chaotic, but it is going to be Rad, Pulsar, Reason, and Fire making it through to those playoffs. Leg day, this has been a fantastic group stage.
Yeah, it's been very, very interesting seeing some of our teams like have their fortunes kind of ebb and flow. We were wondering, like, after the first match between Shikigami and Team Heretics kind of sweeping away with that one, like, oh, how is Shikigami going to do? But I think they really are finding their feet now in the Devil Dinosaur meta. Isidore's been able to pull us some rabbits out of his hat when it comes to getting real value out of that.
That's something I haven't got to watch yet. I haven't got to watch a pro team actually play Dino. I missed, like, all of the Navi games, unfortunately.
Scoreline that they wanted here, but they are looking pretty strong heading into playoffs.
Yeah, there's so much time to build up towards those big playoffs at the start of July. Only one team hasn't dropped a single game. That's Heretics. You could argue that it's not as strong of a group when you have Rad, VP, Navi on the other side. All the interviews from the players have said that Navi is looking like the strongest team going into playoffs, and it's really going to be the race to the approach of the meta. Who's going to figure it out the fastest? Even VP last playoffs didn't feel very confident on their approach. Navi brought out the Wolverine. They were ahead of the meta, but Heretics are as confident as ever that this is going to be the playoffs, that they come out on top. So I cannot wait to watch.
The playoffs is what we have next. We're going to have a look at those brackets. I'm sure you've all been looking
Let's go. Yes, let's see them.
So let's see who faces who at the top of the bracket.
Okay, so we got Navi and Fire.
Fire strays. Moving on down, the rivalry continues.
Rad and Shiki.
For what at this point is probably the 6th time that we have Virtus Pro versus Reason Gaming. And to finish off at the bottom of our table, we have Pulsar Esports versus the pre-season runners-up Team Heretics. This is a stacked cast, Leg Day.
Dude, Rad versus Shikigami again in round 1. We are feasting, bro. Yeah, that's a crazy matchup. Virtus Pro versus Reason Gaming, going to be very interested to see how Virtus Pro deal with the new meta. Like, for a bit of a coin flip when it comes to the beginning of a new meta, right? Sometimes they're like innovators.
This will be day 1, chat.
Very quick to pick up the Daredevil. Sometimes they're very slow when it comes to letting other people figure out the meta and then copying them afterwards.
Yeah, Shikigami swept Rad 2 times in playoffs, so that is a huge grudge match. Keep an eye for that one. And I think the Fire Strays VP match is going to be an interesting litmus test, because I think there's a lot of doubts being brought up about VP and their strength as a team, despite being world champions. So I think Fire Strays will be the perfect opponent to shut everybody up.
Here is your schedule for the first day of play. We're, of course, just going in bracket order, so Navi versus Fire will be at the top of the board. Then we're going into that rivalry grudge match of Rad versus Shikigami. VP, after coming off their loss versus Navi, will they be able to recover in that month against a rapidly rising Reason Gaming? And will Pulsar be able to fully lock in to face off against the currently undefeated team of Team Heretics? This is an exciting series of games.
Getting hit with the buffer is crazy.
And of course, as we're heading into our playoff stage, these will be best of 5s, meaning that we will get to see guaranteed more than 3 potentially up to 3 maps, potentially up to 5 maps. So we may even get to see maps that aren't Museum of Contemplation and Hall of Jalia team.
How exciting! A Midtown, dare we dream? we can see such a wide variety of geographies, and it's going to allow some teams to really build their identities off the back of these map choices as well, when they can have such depth in the map pick.
Yeah, I'm really excited, and new hero, new map, and a big unknown. And again, it's not just about how good you are at executing, it's how good you are adapting, especially with the picks and the bans, and how much Cyclops is going to make a splash, because is that going to be now the must ban over things like Black Cat, Gambit, Dino, and who knows what nerfs are going to happen to change
Ooh,
things up. So
true.
it's gonna be
Cyclops should actually be like full announced, I think, like Tuesday.
Ones that have managed to make it on through. We've also got the relegation games coming up after the playoffs as well, and of course, mid-season finals, where all these teams are playing towards the goal to become your first 2026 Marvel Rivals World Champion, a title that last year went to Na'Vi, who are still in the run for it. Can they get the run back? But with so much competition, it's going to be difficult. But for us, for EMEA, we are done with our games. I'm going to throw it to Leg Day first. What was your highlight?
I think a very silly game that we got to guys like the quadruple duelist, like Bros League and Strats. I love seeing some unironic Human Torch as well. I miss the Human Torch Thanos era, but I'm glad that we get him in short bursts.
Yeah, the exact same question to you, Lemon Kiwi.
Yeah, the Vanguard meta as a Vanguard player has been so fun to watch. Like, yeah, Dino dominates everything, but then it's been how quickly you are to pivot if that does get banned out, and what accompanies the Dino. So many different styles have been brought out, from the hybrid of Captain America Venom to some Emma Groot. Like, so many choices have been coming out, so this meta has been really fun to watch.
But fun to watch the whole of this stage.
I know Groot and Dino in ranked is like ridiculously strong.
Later tonight, the Pacific playoffs are going to be coming up in the future as well, as we go on our quick break before we go into our playoffs a little bit later. In July is when we'll be jumping back in with those. But we hope you have enjoyed these group stages. I'd like to thank you very much for watching. Make sure to ignite the battle. Play more Marvel Rivals. It's a really good game, and we will see you all for the playoffs.
Chat, I have a feeling I ended up catching the match like way too late. I thought there was another one like right after. I thought we had a 2:30 game. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe we don't have a 2:30 game. Let's see. Let me minimize this real quick. So America, what are we on? Week 3, day 3, right? $5 p.m. And I'm assuming it's showing me my time. EMEA is done, or yeah, EMEA is done. China is done. Pacific Series is done. So yeah, there's nothing there now, chat. You know what we could do though? We could just kill some time until about 5. Wait for everything to load up and then I'll have everything fixed on y'all's end. All of them. Chat, it looks like I'm gonna have to do this the manual way. Again. So give me 1 sec while I do that. Thumbnail on the YouTube side. That should be set now. Almost forgot to zoom back out. There we go, chat. So drive starts in 3 days. Chat, do I just suffer through some 6v6 for a bit? I'm down to suffer through 6v6. I have some other stuff I need to be grinding as well, but we'll kind of go off of our first 6v6 match. Or I can do it now, actually. Yeah, let's just do it now. Because I'll stay on Overwatch for way longer than I'll stay on this other game, most likely. So let's just do it now real quick. Real quick, like. I don't know if I have a thumbnail for this on YouTube, though. We're about to find out. Okay, I did. Now let's update the Twitch side real quick. Now all that's updated. Alright, chat. So, we just Prestige 2'd earlier. I need to get the shotgun up to max. I do have the build kind of built for it already, and I think I need to get the bow up to max as well. But I'm kind of wanting to mess around with some spells. But what spells am I feeling? Alright. Let's do that. Let's go. Roll. No Purdue train though. That works. So if you're wondering why I'm not running Nightmare right now, I want to completely max out the shotgun and the bow for their builds before I even bother doing Nightmare. I have like a whole list of weapons that I need to actually get up to max so I can run some fun builds on them. I should have taken Moon Gravity. Since I'm only running Boing, I should have just taken Moon Gravity. Those are not placed in fun spots, are they? Get them to go boom. I feel like I might have accidentally put the wrong thing on my shotgun. Now that we're left alone, hold 7. What are you shooting at? Click, click, 3. Hold, click, 6. Oh, look at that. Not as useful for the bow, but it's going to be more useful for the shotgun in a little bit. Let's go here. I do kind of wonder exactly how much of this is going to be painful. Because I know that guy's annoying. Oh wait, I can do the combo. This is why we're trying to level the bow. Bro is freaking out. Hello? Ooh, we did get the lower gravity. Awesome. That's gonna help. Because we're also running a thing to where I do more damage when I'm in the air. With lower gravity, I'll be in the air for longer. Yeah, I'm not gonna min-max this part. I'm just gonna chunk them out there. I don't really need that. We're not running cactus, but we'll take it. I gotta go all the way back here. I do miss the ability to fly already, though. Where are these guys coming from? You don't have to do that, you know. We're running, chat. I'm just fleeing the scene. Alright, this will be fun. Because we have these guys. Okay, I know what to do here. Activate that. Activate that. Explosion. Explosion. The amount of souls we have is, like, actually keeping us alive right now. I don't want you knocking me off. There we go. What? Okay, there we go. Alright, we gotta destroy this. Free healing, and this will give us even more with the souls. That's even more massive, actually. Get the ducks. Yeah, I'm already running 2 of the soul siphon things to where I heal like 2 HP for picking it up. So I heal 4 HP for picking up 1 soul, and then I just picked up 1, so I'll technically heal for 6 now. Yeah, I'm just going to ignore the majority of them. That's all of those. Now we just go here, before that nuke gets here. Okay, we had it timed out, like, perfectly, but for all of them getting there when I activated it. But the snake kind of ruined it. But I don't want to use our big boy abilities just yet. Got these souls. Now we can activate. And what is this? Ooh, huge. Getting faster, that'll come in handy later. Massive. My screen, like, skipped a touch. Nope. We're gonna probably save our combo for the end, unless we get a little overwhelmed. I don't think we're gonna get overwhelmed, though. We'll probably be fine. Because the explosion AoE thing on the bow, like, just ignores the shield users. It ignores a lot of these guys, actually. You can even kill the birds if you can, like, circle them around the totem just by shooting the totem and making the explosion go off. Just make sure you have it all the way charged up. Let's try and circle the birds around the totem real quick. And then you can just shoot the totem. Alright, this should be the wave that we use our combo on. Because I want to say on second wave you get a bit more spawns and a bit more aggressive ones. Or maybe not. So far this is kind of a cakewalk. I guess we can save it for the boss then, because we're not gonna need it right now. Oh, he was close enough. Did they change like the color of the invisible prowlers? Because they're a lot easier to see than they used to be, or at least it feels like they are. And that kills everything around. Then you grab this. And then we can just grab the useless rubber ducky sound and blitz towards the boss. What's this purple? See if this is actually useful for us. Ooh, it is. Huge. Alright, let's go. Massive. Boing. Alright, we want to clear this out before we even start. Because I don't want them spawning while I'm trying to fight the boss. There we go, boss is in. Okay, I put the right one on it. It's speed reloading. Wait for the reload. Where'd lightning come from? I didn't use bowling. Until right then. Well, that kills them all at least. That gives us time to pick up stuff. Go ahead and make sure we're max HP for the final part, and now we can just leave. No, it turned. Oh shit. That probably snuck up on me. We have our combo actually. Let's use it. And here's our ride. Massive. Ooh, we got bow maxed out. Huge. Almost shotgun too. Customize. We can do that later, but right now we want to prestige it. We want to do upgrade slots, as many as we can, and then I just take the XP ticket. Yeah. So we have two options here. We can either go full in with, I think the 4 ones are this, but this isn't very useful with the version we're running. The legendary for it is horrible. I've seen a lot of people run like some form of explosive round to go with it, but if you're running the fire thing, it already does that. I've seen some people run Gold Tooth with it, but I'm gonna take run and gun for both spots. This way I can move way faster while shooting. And then for our 2 free upgrades, we're gonna go all in on lifesteal. And then we come over here to our shotgun. So for this, I want to say somebody told me that there was a way to increase the magazine of the shotgun through one of the Joker cards. Just gotta find it first. I mean, the movement speed while reloading could be good, especially since you, but you reload really fast with this. I'll look into that later. We are going to increase its damage, though, like by a lot. Like every upgrade slot thing we put into it will be for damage. Speaking of, I'm going to drop 2 out of this and put them in ammo supply. And honestly, with the shotgun, I might can get away with this. Drop it down to like 140 and go ahead and take that 2 damage for now. We're doing decent with Boing and Rain and all that. But I'm gonna drop the Acid Mastery and take take lower gravity. Let me make sure I am running that airtime damage thing though. I'm not. Okay, we dropped Soul Siphon for it. We dropped one of our Soul Siphons to take the airborne damage. And now we look for... I don't want to do house. That works. I'm not really going to go for a full clear on this one though, I'm just going to do the thing in ePack. Because our shotgun's 99. Okay. We're gonna have to clear out this area because I jumped over like a few snakes. And these guys with the things can knock us off. This thing up here can also knock us off. I thought that was a touch low, but we got lucky. There we go. Snakes are a great way to get rolled for basically free. It's a bit overkill right now, but I'm just gonna do it. Ah, it wasn't close enough for the totem shot. Dang. Wait, I got him that time. Ah, I got bashed. There we go. Would be a very niche Joker, but I think a Joker that like increases the amount of healing that Drain gives you would actually be pretty good. Go ahead and get all of them off of that. Get all of them. Grab the boss key. Perfect. And perfect. Alright, to the boss. And we'll probably go back to the, like, being able to fly across the map build later. There was a hole there, apparently. I outran its range, but it doesn't outrun mine. Get that guy out of the way. Oop, there's a prowler near us. Multiple prowlers were near us. Oh. Don't need it, but we're gonna go ahead and just top off. Alright, now we leave. If I could still fly, I could make it. Oh wait, I have something fun. I thought I'd keep flying. These guys are being annoying. I should hit. And that's how we leave. Ooh, maxed out shotgun. That's exactly what we wanted to see, chat. Prestige, we want as many upgrade slots as we can get. XP. Yes. Put them both back into that. And then we'll take swift aim. Alright, so the shotgun has been prestiged, the bow has been prestiged. My character has been prestiged. Now I just need to work on... I'm gonna drop the shoddy for a bit. We're gonna go with this. What is its... We're probably gonna take Speedster on it. Yeah, we're gonna get this as close to 100 as we can. We want to run Speedster on this. Technically, I can up it by 6 levels right now. What are the legendaries? Are they 6 slots? They're 5 slots. These are also 5 slots. We got 3. We have to max it out, yeah. Although this could be kind of cool. Well, it feels like I might lose damage running that. Oh no. Oh wait, I want to run another weapon with it. Let's go revolver, because I need to upgrade it as well. Alright. We've got that. Maybe just go with that for now. I'm gonna keep the XP tickets for now. Oh no, I almost think since I'm not running the bow, I should probably run normal, because I don't really remember how this revolver works. I don't want to go to that map. Area 41 again, it looks like. Alright, chat. I shall be right back, and then we're going to run some Area 41, and this might be the last mission of Far Far West I do. And I'll swap to Overwatch, I guess. We are back. We are better than ever. One of these weapons I'm really close on, but I don't want to run around the whole time with it, because I kind of need it for the boss. But I don't think the revolver is going to be that great at mob clearing. I could run bow specifically for mob clearing, though. I don't know if my mic is picking it up, but my dog is like barking up a storm in the other room right now. I forgot to swap back to the fly build. Revolver takes a couple of headshots, it seems, on the bigger guys. I know it's one of its uniques are really good in group stages. You know what? Let's just do the objective. Because all of these are going to take a while. Yeah, we're gonna have to rely on our combos by the looks of it. Okay, you know what? We'll probably fly through ammo this way, but it's fine. Actually, I can just hit these guys. So the only thing for this that I would actually recommend for the quad cylinder is one of its upgrades. It makes it to where when you're ADSing or holding your right click, it's 100% accurate, so it goes exactly where you're aiming at. The spread on this thing, even with maxed out accuracy without that, is still kind of atrocious. Alright, we're gonna try and just top off our ammo just before we weave. Okay. Just over here. To the boss. Well, using it might be a good thing. I can pretty much ignore them and just activate that. probably gonna end up needing that and this. If we can just get acid back, we'll be fine. This thing is definitely a lot weaker than the shotgun, though. Oh no. I wasn't expected to run completely out of ammo. Oh no. Wait, am I out? Oh, there's not a thing sitting around. Yeah, I'm out of ammo. Wait, let's see if there's a chest somewhere within the boundary. There's not. Well, that's the first time I've been forced to finish without a primary. There was a chest right there the whole time, bro. It's fine, we're already on our way to evac now, it doesn't even matter anymore. Alright, we got our primary. Ah. That was almost a bad time to sneeze. You know, this combo honestly isn't that bad. It's just for solo play, I definitely wouldn't run it. Even though Drain can keep you alive. Easy evac, chat. That was some solid levels for that, actually. Okay, let me think. Ah. Let me check. Let's see what we got. Hey, chat, did y'all hear the news? Gotcha. Yo, Tomcats, appreciate the follow, brother. I'm like in the middle of swapping stuff around title-wise. Right. Chat, so one of my favorite games ever, right? They announced yesterday that a third one is coming out. So, if you haven't seen it yet, let me add a layer real quick so y'all can see it. We're gonna do display capture. Then we unlock this, and then we go. I think it's this. Yeah, it's this monitor. Okay. Yeah. So just for 1 second, while this is doing its thing. So if I go to like the thing on Steam, finger didn't work. Have y'all seen this video, chat? I'll pause my my music.
We all have our own reasons for coming to this vast frontier. But for our guild, we who protect this land, one reason stands above all others.
So they're taking a step in a direction towards like
you feel it too.
Newer MMOs.
Wonder at the astonishing.
So it's gonna play kind of like a RPG, I'm assuming, but as an MMO.
At the great spirits to whom we are bound, at the gods who hold dominion over all. We cannot guarantee your comfort or even your safety. But if you yearn for horizons unexplored,
I'm extremely excited
for
about this.
fellowship and purpose, for a cause worth dying for, to you, we can promise magic.
When I watched the announcement for this, I like freaked out in the middle of it. But from what I can tell, it's gonna be a here, I'll full screen it for you again. It's gonna be like a RPG with a bunch of fun movement around type stuff. But I'm kind of hoping it's fairly MMO oriented, fairly MMO heavy. Because if you haven't played the second one, let me swap y'all around visually. There we go. So if you haven't played the second one, this is kind of what it looks like whenever it loads in. There we go. Okay.
That's how it's done.
So that's what they're talking about. But this is kind of what the second one looks like. It's like your traditional style MMO type thing.
You can never have too much
the newer one, I have a feeling you're going to be more zoomed in to probably about like this on your character, and the world's going to look like drastically different. Which is what, personally, I am looking forward to. I'm watching the chat on for like the game to see how many people are actually talking about the third one. It looks like not many people here are actually talking about the third one. Let's try Mistlock Sanctuary, see if anybody there is. But it's possible everybody already kind of got their hype out in the discussion, and now a bunch of people are just playing this. Because the third one won't even have a beta until like fall of next year. So it's gonna be a while. Nobody here is even talking. But my frames are being slammed by all the effects and stuff. But this is what I mean by I want the third one to kind of have that MMO feel to it. Like, I don't expect us to be able to have this many people all in one area, honestly. I really don't. But it would be great if we could. I have a feeling it's going to be more of those, like, you and, like, your group of friends are placed on, like, in, like, a world together. Kind of like all instance-based. But I'd rather it be open world and be a lot like this. With just multiple instances, just like this game. I just wanted to talk about that for a little bit, because this game has been one of my favorites for a while. I do have well over 2,000 hours in that game. Alright, on the Kick side, what game is it saying I'm actively playing right now? Because I feel like Kick hasn't been updating. Okay, it says I'm doing rival stuff right now. Let me fix that. Fighting things. That's correct. There we go. We're gonna hit some roll queue in just a sec, chat. Yeah, I know it goes black screen a lot. Overwatch fusses if I tab out, but I had to get it over to the chat thing on my what I stream through. That way I can read all the chats in one place. Alright, chat, we're gonna suffer here in just a sec. But first, I'm gonna go pee and refill my water. Alright, chat, we back. So here's what I'm thinking about, kind of contemplating a little bit, you could say. Do I finish my role queue for support? Or do I just suffer more in 6v6? Like 6v6, I mean the queue time for 6v6 is just so long though. I got 5 matches almost instantly in role queues. Also, I saw a lot of people tell me that I should try Brig out.
Breaking me down just builds me up.
So let's read about it. Dealing damage to enemies heals nearby ally. Ooh. Wait, so she's kind of like White Fox in that regard then.
I hope you aren't holding back. Double.
As long as I'm just abusing people, I'll heal the people around me within a cone, I'm assuming? Ooh, that proc actually lasts a while.
Shield under fire. I can protect you.
Yeah, that lasts a while. I can see a situation where you like proc it and then you just fall back.
Looking
And then
better
you
already.
obviously have like the armor packs.
Double kill.
We might run her in a game.
I got you.
Actually, I might run her in this 6v6 game.
Taking my medicine. Double kill.
Okay, what are the options here? Inspiration lasts 3 seconds longer when activated by Whip Shot. Is Whip Shot her shift? It is. Melee attacks against enemies reduce the cooldown of Repair Pack. Let's try this one. Alright, so it'll last for 3 seconds longer when procced by that. Does it, like, max stack to 4?
You should rethink your strategy. Double
I mean, it kind of looks like,
Rally to me.
gain armor. It empowers the barrier, provide extra health to nearby.
Shields
Oh,
tumbling.
that's a big shield.
Taking heavy fire. Double. And that's what I've learned.
Wait, does she have the same tech as Reinhardt? Like, can you like kind of go from the corner that you start on to increase the hitbox and make it bigger?
Double. Try something different next time.
Triple kill.
An efficient use of my energy.
Major pack unlocked.
Okay, let's look at the major perks. Shield Bash grants 30% increased movement speed for 10 seconds. Inspires healing is instant when activated by Shield Bash. Whip Shot's knockback can slam enemies into wall and deal an extra 50. I guess it's situational on which one you would prefer, but I feel like Whip Shot is a lot
better than that.
better.
Double kill.
Together now.
Yeah, because it does more damage when I slam them into a wall.
Double. Were you taking me seriously?
Triple.
Wait, if that animation cancels,
Double kill.
does Shield Bash animation cancel? No. Well, maybe.
Sometimes I still surprise myself. I'm taking double.
But you can definitely like just hold left click and then tap the shift, and it doesn't really waste any form of downtime. And you get the shift back fairly quick.
I'll lead the way.
Oh, we found a match.
Vote for
That took all day. I don't know. Control could be good. Okay, we're getting the control landslide vote.
Select your hero.
Actually, yeah. Let's try Brig now.
Choose heroes to ban.
Why's the Bastion wanting to ban Reinhardt? He counters him.
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower.
So far, Diva's our only tank showing.
Breaking me down just builds me up.
Are we gonna get another tank or
Keep in
no?
sight. I'll have us in and out in no time.
Ragtag bunch, but we'll get it done.
Five,
Oh, I'd love another tank.
3, 2, 1. Round 1.
Okay, we're not
Capture
getting
the
one.
objective.
Great. And we didn't get another support either. Okay, I can maybe just play up with Diva a little bit. I mean, kind of tank with her, I guess, by doing it that way.
Shields up! I'm under fire! Barrier's not in good shape! Barrier down! Get back! I needed that.
I tried to use it as a grappling hook. Wait, who's pushing us off? Oh, they have Lucio. He's booping.
Trust in the process.
Wait, why is our Ana done 0 healing? Oh wait, never mind. I was looking at damage mitigation. Never mind.
Let me help you with that. I'll cover you. They're on me. Barrier won't hold much longer. Let me take care of that for you. We're outnumbered.
I was trying to get our Diva to play up. She won't. Okay. I can go a different support that has a lot better healing. Like, Moira.
Okay, I'm ready to go again.
Humanity is shackled. I will find the key.
Junkrat primed and ready.
Be nourished. Repairing your cellular makeup.
I mean, we can't walk that side with a Lucio.
Pain is inevitable. I require assistance.
Yeah, this one tank and that one tank being a Diva is just not working. I guarantee it's not gonna work.
I've dealt with cynics before.
I'll just take the objective. Look at me go!
I'll take a reader.
You need only ask for my help.
I don't think the team is understanding that we're running one tank. They're running two.
Lost. Fire in the hole! Complete.
One is not gonna win that, not in this game.
Score 0-1.
Especially that one being D.Va, and you're playing D.Va into a Reinhardt and a Ramattra.
Support your local bombardier!
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round.
Also, I'm confused. Ana's actually fairly decent in the support category. Are they just playing DPS Ana? I'm just gonna DPS Moira.
Much more efficient. Eyes open now.
Oh shit.
For the parched.
You got away.
Now, to start anew.
Administered.
Yeah, that was a huge nano. Holy. Who'd they nano though? They nano the Bastion?
You will be renewed.
Your end is within my reach.
I've dealt with cynics before.
6v6 is just painful.
Lending a hand.
They're spamming that.
I offer something more. No wound is too mortal. Surrender to my will. All your might will not stop me. A cure for all the gales.
I'll just take the objective.
This will give us an edge. Misery made manifest.
Wait for him to pin.
Gale, Domahol.
Big Steyerlack.
The miners have killed me.
Yeah, what is this? What are we doing?
Bothersome.
I know the D.Va's just genuinely not working. That's crazy.
Play of the game.
Lucio just constantly booping us off the map. Yep.
Epic.
I think it wants me to be a tank. Because so far, the 2 matches in 6v6 I've ran to where I wasn't on tank, we've lost both of them because we've only had 1 tank. But I don't want to be locked into that role in 2 fucking games.
I am the Empire.
Why is the E on cooldown already? Interesting.
Double dirt beneath my heel. Disgraceful. Cut down. You're finished.
Double kill.
Know your place. This will suffice.
Freaking out about that. Okay, hold up. 1 sec, chat. Apologies, chat. Somehow my cat managed to escape. And the dog was trying to catch her before she got out. I wonder how many of those other coins. I should have like a decent amount of them at this point, right? Yeah, I'm back up to 2K. Alright, chat. What hero should I get a skin for? He's actually pretty fun if he has a good skin. That would be nice. Nope, all of them are just recolors. Pretty sure I already got one for Moira. Banshee's actually pretty dope. I might actually get that one. Yeah, we're getting Banshee. I don't think she has anything good. I'm pretty sure Emery doesn't have anything that good either. Outside of that one, but that's a premium currency. I just checked the YouTube one, and it was like eons behind. Or at least for me it was. It might not have been for anybody else. Oh, I forgot to swap it back to the chat thing. Hold up. Okay, there we go. Alright, chat. Back to 6v6 now that the cat is caught and that situation is remedied. What's the fly build on Far Far West? You run the what is it called? Thunderstrike, and you run Boing, and you cancel the down slam animation of Thunderstrike with Boing, and you'll still get the like grounding effect when you land. Here, I can show you. Because you're like the fourth person to ask me that today. Just let me edit some stuff real quick. See, I gotta go here, I think. Yeah. And then we do... And that'll take a second to update. Alright, chat, just 1 sec. I'm testing to see if something works. Okay, chat. We'll figure that one out later. It was being slightly annoying. There we go. I've been needing to redo this build anyways. So we go here, Thunderstrike. I'm gonna go ahead and swap my weapons. We want the shotgun. And we want the bow. You can do it from the ground as well, but in the practice range, there's a lot of stuff like immediately off rip that can kind of get in the way. But what you want to do is you want to start your Thunderstrike, and right when you left click, activate your Boing. That's the fly tech. And if you combo that with something like Moon Gravity, you go extremely far. Personally, I don't really run Moon Gravity all that often, unless I'm planning on doing that. But because I run that, I usually take the Electric Mastery, and then to make up for the rest of it, I'll just run double Soul Siphon for extra burst healing. Oh. There we go. Oh, look at that. Canyon got it like off rip. Let's go. I'm trying to kill time until the next Rivals tournament is up, which should be in like roughly an hour. We don't have to full clear, I don't guess. Ooh, we're gonna take that. Oh, LOS it with the bridge. Perfect. No, snake bad. Okay, run. Hello, is that here? Okay, go. We got time. Just to refill our health. Okay. We can LOS him here. And then we blow him up. Now the rest of this is gonna be fun. Or ridiculously easy, apparently. You can just LOS him with this. Oh, maybe not. His hitbox is way bigger now. Okay, I'll just kill him then. be a good place. Go ahead and hit this. You missed speed while shooting. If you were watching it earlier, you know that the birds are my favorite thing because I can just get them to cycle the pillar and then just shoot at the pillar. Okay, we need an HP. Before that goes off, preferably. Grab it again. Okay, we gotta deal with that guy in the sky. Dealt with. Then just go ahead and refill our health with these things. One away is fine. Alright, we're already like out of bottles, it looks like it. We have that one right there. That one bottle over here. We also have our util, which will heal us. Hello. We use our util now. Grab the key. We should have had one bottle left. I don't know where it's at. Oh, there it is. And then we can just do this. Okay. Towards the boss now. Nope. Go down, avoid it. I'm pretty I thought there was a zip line like right here on this side. Oh, there it is. Oh, that was not a good spot to come up at. That's actually a horrible spot to be. Okay. The snipers can't chase you very quickly. Really, all we want to do is get over here, grab one of these little bottles, and then we can fight here, and then summon the boss after the fighting is over. Take this thing out first. Oh, we got a sniper looking at us. He's dead. We got another one. Also dead. So the snipers in this game are only slightly annoying, because even if you do your dash like a last second before they shoot, you can't avoid it. It's just gonna hit you. The only way to actually keep them from hitting you is to just break the line of sight. That should make that bull really low. Dang, I thought I timed it right to where it would get the birds too. Peek. There's a nuke walking this way. Pretty sure there's still a nuke walking this way. Yep. Let's see if we can't deal with it. Alright, snake first, because I can, like, interrupt my charge shot. Got it. Okay, this isn't good. We're good now. Boom, got the Joker. Bottle. Three, two, one, we have it. 3, 2, 1, go. There they are. Huge. Oh, I don't have it. Okay. Activate bell. Free bottle. That could be potentially an issue. Yep, massive issue. Alright, taken care of. Hello, Prowler. We have rain. And we still have these bottles over here, along with our util. And we only have to stay up for like 17 more seconds, so this is fine. so we can just do that. And then boom. Shooting the shotgun up there in its levels. Let's go. Let's see, we've already capped everything out for the shotgun. So we are literally just grinding levels on it in order to re-prestige it so that we can get more upgrade slots here so we can start pumping points into damage for it. I think same thing with the bow, except I had the bow maxed in damage and bend speed. I have the bow maxed out in damage and bend speed because of these two uniques here. And then I'm running run and gun twice on it. And then we're up to level 13. Could technically put us at almost level 20 if I use both of the XP tickets I have. And then our next prestige, we're also going to upgrade our upgrade slots so we can go spell cooldown. Probably ammo bag. I'll probably just do one in each. We need to be putting points into jump height at some point as well. But jump height with the moon gravity will be really nice. Are the portals the same color if you're solo? No, it shows, okay. So this is what they changed on portals. So used to, what me and my buddy would do would be I would place a portal down where I was at, and he'd place one like at the boss or wherever he was at, and it would link to each other for us to just take and go through. Well, yeah, that's not a thing anymore. Now it goes off a player, so if he joined and threw down a portal and I only had one up, it wouldn't link to anything. It kind of sucks, because that was like one of the best ways to speedrun, was to like have you do the like a side objective and the main objective while your buddy does the other two side objectives, and then they run to the boss afterwards. I mean, you can do it solo wise, right? So, or duoed with people still, if you're the only one with portal, because then you can do the Thunderstrike boing thing to send yourself flying, and they don't have a limit on how far they can go. Well, here they will, because if I'm outside of the area, I can't use my abilities. But you can literally set it from the point you spawn in at to directly on top of the boss. Pretty quick with the movement tech. Get our Acid Rain back. Acid Rain is like one of the best abilities in the game. Plus acid combos with literally everything in the game now. thanks to the new combo with Voodoo, it combos with literally everything. Because you can do it, and when like the puddles or something like that appears, you can do boing, and it'll constantly proc it. Or if you have it going and you do like any kind of fire, it creates an explosion like what I have on the bow. Which is different from the standard explosion it does without it. It's visibly difficult to tell, but it works the same. And then you have the combos that are just fun to do, but they're not exactly good. Like, Geyser and Beam. So if you throw down Geyser and do any form of electricity on top of it, it makes multiple of them. And then, yeah. That's the coolest looking combo in the game. It's just... unless you're actually playing in a 4-stack, it's genuinely worthless. Like, if you're by yourself, that's not a good combo. We're also about to max out Acid, it looks like. Once I get it to 100. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the stuff in this. I probably won't play this game again until like the next probably the next update for it will be whenever I play it again. We should be getting close, chat, so I'm just gonna go ahead and swap over to Rivals. We should be extremely close to the Pro League matches. Assuming it was actually showing me what time it would be my time when they started. Imagine it showing their time and I just missed like the Na'Vi match that I actually want to watch. Let me update titles and stuff. And then I'll make it work. It just started raining here, that's fun. Let's see if it'll do it this way. Oh wait, I can remove that. I'm not doing Twitch anymore. There we go. Now. Okay, it wants me to do it the long way. Heck, let me get y'all fixed up. There we go. Alright, chat, while we wait, because the esports thing isn't up yet. While we wait. Oh, wait. Day 3? Yeah, it starts in 30 minutes. Or 33 minutes. So I'll be back in a few while we wait. And then we will watch the America series. It's literally just been raining on and off all day. Chat, do y'all want to watch the like 20 minutes of interviews or no?
The dinosaur existing now sort of like remedied that a little bit. Yeah, it's probably still Wolverine or maybe like I don't know, like half the strategist roster. Like,
which hero do you wish you were good at?
There's a couple of heroes I haven't had a chance to play recently that I used to. Yeah, so I mean, at the moment, you know, my Hulk and Cap have fallen off a bit. Then people will be like, "Yo, is that the Hulk guy?" Like that doesn't happen anymore. And it's just because whether it's because the meta changed or I don't know, the game caught up to me. Yeah, I'd probably want to say Cap and Hulk.
What Marvel character would you like to see added to Marvel Rivals?
Okay, so there's a couple like mutants that I'm a big fan of, but I want them to be vanguards, so it makes it hard to pick somebody. I prefer ranged vanguards, obviously, and ones that can headshot are cool too. So, actually, thinking about that, no, I want Big Bertha from the Great Lakes Avengers. Yeah, I want to play Big Bertha. Yeah.
That's a good pick. That's a deep cut. We like that. What's a new team up you'd like to see between heroes?
Yeah, so a team up I want to see, it's maybe not necessarily like due to lore or anything, but more so their abilities. So I'd like there to be a Black Widow and a Magneto team up where, you know, Black Widow's the anchor and then Mag gets the ability to headshot. Yeah.
That would be a crazy team up.
Look, I'm a simple man. I just want to play Mag every game. Like, come on.
Hey, he's gonna make Black Widow meta now. This is crazy. What hero would you nerf all the way to bottom tier? To the depths. Worse than Blade. Worse than Black Widow.
Blade is like, you might be surprised, man. The FMCL Blade might come out again. It's okay into Dinosaur, especially with a bit of rocket.
I've been asking.
Yeah. Okay. I think Sue Storm.
Blade is actually solid.
She's not
into Dino
as crazy as she has been right now, but she's still pretty consistent. Maybe White Fox actually in New Edition. That's kind of, and yeah, I mean Black Cat is a little OP as well. I mean it's better for our team when Daredevil is the one crazy DPS that runs everything.
Chat, should we just run some quick match or something real quick while we're waiting?
Okay, well yeah, following it up, what hero would you buff to the top? Straight to the best instead.
I mean, yeah, obviously Mag, Devil Dino. I love playing with Loki. I think having Loki in the game's a lot of fun. So getting him when he's good, the game's good. In my opinion, when he's banned, the game's good as well. So like, yeah, get him out of there. I don't know. We need to ban. We need to buff something that brings it up to Gambit's level. So it, you know, first ban isn't just always Gambit. That's what it needs to be. So it shouldn't be Magneto then, so I can still play him. Maybe it should be something I don't like or I'm bad at. So yeah, like I don't know. Maybe Black Widow. Make Black Widow overpowered. Yeah, when it was just Black Widow Hawkeye ban, that's easy, right? Everyone was doing that. Like, yeah, bring it back to that.
True. Okay. Well, you spoke about him earlier. What is your opinion on Devil Dinosaur?
I think he is super duper versatile. Can be played as the, you know, like in the Groot Venom sort of archetype, and can also be the like have a similar playstyle to like appealing Emma. He struggles a bit into super duper mobile characters on like wide maps. There's one in specific that I lost a scrim on, and yeah, was very upset on push maps. Like top 10 out of 10, better than Groot. Like blah blah blah. Like you want to pick him. People are taking one sided in scrims with us. Granted, we scrim other regions, so I'm not sure what else he's gonna do. Yeah, he's good. He's good, but he's beatable. His hitbox is massive, so just shoot him in the head.
Okay, well, somebody else is coming down the line. Cyclops. Do you have any predictions what role he'll be?
Oh, Cyclops is he's always been like a. I've liked him as a character a lot, right? But
you know your X-Men. You know your X-Men. I know you do.
Yeah, I know. It's I don't know the love triangle between him, Jean, like Wolverine. I absolutely despise that. Like this guy is he deserves the world, and he deserves to be played by somebody like me. But he's like, it was Devil Dino's a vanguard, so Cyclops is probably going to be a duelist. If he's a strategist, I'm going to lose my mind. But yeah, I mean, hopefully he's just like a hit scan sort of. I can't imagine them giving him like crazy movement or anything. I don't know how they'll keep it close to like, you know, comic book accurate, but yeah, I mean, as long as he shoots straight and does a lot of damage, like that's all I can ask for.
Now you've been scrimming, you've been preparing for Ignite. Now we want to know, what is your opinion about the current meta?
So the current meta is probably the most flexible it's been in a hot minute. A lot of things are good, a lot of things aren't. So it's map dependent comp. So like I think that's the biggest. And I mean, yeah, you just switch characters, get a better matchup. Can't just pick one comp and roll stuff because people will pick stuff that's good into it. It's really flexible, and I really don't like that. Our team is definitely a bit of a just play the same stuff, smash our head into a brick wall until it works kind of team.
Chad, I feel like this is really quiet for y'all. Let me cut it up
30
some.
seconds to figure out a comp swap, whereas that's one fight we've lost effectively. But yeah, it's fun. I feel like we will get better, and everybody will get better as the season goes on. But yeah, and it's hard to get the understanding. We had so much time on last tournament's patch that everyone sort of knew what was good, knew what needed to be banned, blah blah blah. So now it's fresh. You'll see new stuff every day.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too.
Now, if you could compete in any other region in the world, which would it be?
I've competed in Asia in other game as well. Yeah. So I mean, another English-speaking region. I think NA is obviously like what is considered the best at the moment, and I'd love to drop my stuff over there. I can imagine, I'd come in as like a weaker tank there, but the tier, like the quality of practice and whatever else, right? There's so much more. Oh yeah, even the EU would be great too, actually, and China would be fun too because I feel like that's probably I've got a lot of friends that play in China, and we scrim a lot of China, so. Yeah, I think that's my answer, actually. And a lot of them are decent at English. Yeah, I'd like to play in China.
Hypothetical scenario, okay? Multiverse. You have to swap teams for an entire stage with another player. Who's going to be?
All right, so for the, I mean, I want to stay in OS, obviously, I think.
Respect.
This is where the stories are, right? This is where my friends are, people I care about. So the Chong MRC season that I was on the team, by the way. We came first. FMCL didn't wake up for the 10 placement games, so I subbed in as flex DPS for Chopper Mag, best team in Asia at that point. And I played some thing. That was the third. It was the DPS. So if anything, I'd like to swap with Pethig, FMCL, get back in the DPS slot where I belong.
Should at least remove the black borders for y'all, and you should still see the whole screen.
Obviously worked out for me.
All right, I mean, maybe this might answer the next question. I don't know. Who in Ignite is your biggest rival?
Ooh,
who on site? Who is it? Like,
who's on site?
You're like, I'm versing them. I'm going all in, full comms, no holding back, not even letting them get one pick.
Oh, I mean, every day, mate. That's just like every game should be like
That's
that.
true.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, like main rival Gen G, blah blah blah. Like they're sort of seemingly like an insurmountable obstacle at this point. So we look down a tier and we focus on who we think is contesting us for second. And yeah, it's Kanga. It's kind of the energy when we beat Kanga is great. I'm sort of always zoned in on it no matter what, but the rest of the boys will join in. We'll resonate off each other. It's always Kanga that's kind of BTA as they put it.
Okay, Kanga, but who specifically? I want to.
Oh, who specifically on Kanga? Oh, Tinny Valkyrie, mate.
Yeah.
I'm coming for you, Tinny, mate.
All right. I might interview him next. We'll see.
All right.
What city do you want to see host a Marvel Rivals LAN?
Oosh. Well, I'd love an Aussie one. I think Melbourne would be pretty chill. I'm from a smaller spot, so yeah, don't come here. I think Sydney was great for a different event I went to. But also, if I'm qualifying to it, prefer for it to not be in my country. So yeah, I don't know, somewhere in Tokyo maybe. That's a holiday. That's the next holiday destination. So go there for free, it'd be wicked.
Final question of the evening: why do you want this? Why do you compete in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Look, we've actually had this conversation as a team, and I know so gaming is like the one thing that keeps me it is my passion. Outside of the woman I love, right? This is like my favorite thing ever, and I mean, one day making it the entirety of making it my career, or at least I've spent so much time on it. I want, to not necessarily build a legacy, but when I have kids and grandkids, they'll be like, yeah, you know, like your grandpa Seth went to like X country playing games. Like that is pretty cool. And yeah, I don't know, man. I'm getting old, getting up there. I just want to, yeah, like leave a legacy, do something relatively cool. Yeah, it's I don't know, it's for the love of the game mainly, but also like, yeah, it's a rare opportunity. Being the best at anything is really, really difficult and really impressive to me. So yeah, being good at games is the same thing as being a good football player in my mind. It takes like a lot of effort, a lot of yeah, a lot of talent, a lot of skill. But yeah, man, it's just my favorite thing to do. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Donald. Wish you all the best in the next stage, and everybody who've officially met another rival. Have a good night.
Starting in 17 minutes, so what we're going to do is we're just going to run a quick match before we even bother watching that. So let me get the screen fixed back for y'all. There we go. We'll just run like one quick match game while we wait. Jumping into the middle of a game.
Those squids are on ice.
Down goes their accuracy percentage! Boom! No skill shots! They
Be
got
your
me
best
good.
self.
I can use a hand.
Disappear! I like the cold. Double KO! You really should have known better.
Why'd that person leave? This feels easy. Maybe they just disconnected.
Help get that vehicle to its destination. That's a bad Namor. Controlling me. Double KO.
We make a killer team.
A nice deep freeze.
He's got that, right?
Can't catch me. I like the cold. I am ready to put on a show. You're halfway there. Keep going.
Maybe it was a oh, they wanted to play DPS type thing.
You get a weapon. You get a weapon. Guess who just showed their stupid faces? This officially makes us be effective.
You'll have to call in heavier hitters, Namor.
¿A dónde está la biblioteca?
Over here. Be strong together. I like the cold. There. Don't turn back now.
Not sure how I feel about that, Star-Lord ult, but okay.
My healing factor can't keep up. How about an assist?
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
And this is where we get them.
Squirrel?
We get them at the pit, and we just chunk them in there.
You are nothing.
Are they just fighting the Phoenix back there? Okay. They are playing kind of relaxed though. Like they're not exactly playing high up.
A nice deep freeze. Don't let anything stand in your way.
I guess all of the support stayed back.
Deadpool, if you insist. Up and beautiful, baby.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Be strong together. I like the cold.
Look like an alien's like.
Bro still had his ult somehow. Wow, last second.
Get that vehicle moving again. A nice deep freeze. I don't do revenge.
Is this the part where the crowd starts singing?
Be strong together. Get that vehicle moving again.
Boom! No skill shot! How about an assist? They're accuracy behind us!
Be strong together.
We're just running nothing but slop spam.
Get that vehicle moving again. I like the cold.
Careful or we're gonna get it from behind. Wink.
Protect your king!
Thank you. I like the cold.
Help! I'm hurting pretty bad over here.
I don't know why Luna's not just walking up with her ultimate, honestly. It would help us push.
Anyone willing to help?
Pretty bad over here.
It's the grand finale.
Boom! No skill shot.
It's not gonna have the time for us to walk. She popped it way too late.
Judge, jury, executioner!
I don't even know what this team is. They're literally just... They're doing nothing. They're not even trying to take like the off angles. They're literally just running it down main every fight. Like you can go up over there. You can go up right there.
Veer best self. Get that vehicle moving again. Only 60 seconds left.
My healing factor can't keep up. How about an assist?
So close. This is your big chance.
This match either needs to hurry up and end one way or another, bro.
Down to 30 seconds.
Up and beautiful, baby. You get away. You get away. You get away.
Another
That was just ridiculous, chat. We should be close now. Oh, I gotta unmute. My bad.
How do you feel about the current meta as a whole?
I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit, maybe a little bit messy.
And fix the screen for you.
I think for some teams it's very straightforward, but I do think the comps that you can play around Dino is very experimental. You know, as you see in some of our games, we play the Rocket Atom. I don't think that's overly a strong backline comp. I just think that, you know, with the dive and with the sustain that Dino has at the front line and Atom Res and, you know, all the other contenders, I think that comps like that can get really experimental. I think there's no really definite, there's obviously a definite meta, but some people are still figuring it out. You know, there's new things that people learn that are good and what's bad and what can work every single day.
Now, let's talk hypothetical scenario. If you could compete in any other region besides your own, where would you go?
I think every person that you would interview would probably either pick EU or NA because it's just the most competitive, but it also is almost the most highest player count. So, you know, there obviously is a whole bunch of skill ranges that differ going into a highly populated region like that. But I think it would probably be EU or NA that would obviously show the most.
Okay. Well, let's add on that. You know, let's say you had to swap teams with another pro player for just one stage. Who would it be? Any region.
It's completely hypothetical, so I'm just gonna be straight honest. I would maybe swap like myself maybe for Vinny to go 100 Thieves. I think 100 Thieves is a good team to, you know, participate in and whatnot. You know, their players have had a lot of experience, but yeah, I just think that 100 Thieves is a good team to move forward with and whatnot.
Who in Ignite is your rival? Who's that one player?
Look, I mean, you know, every person I talk to that's on the other teams, we all have banter and whatnot. I just think that for me personally, it would have to be someone on my role. You know, you can't banter someone with a DPS role. You can't banter with someone on support. It would probably have to be maybe Tinny or Isaac on Kango or Donald or Beast Node on Chiefs. You know, you just balance out the playing field, you know, got to have that ego on each side.
Now, a little bit of a fun one, you know, what city do you want to see host a Marvel Rivals LAN event?
I think somewhere maybe like England would be cool. You know, I just think for everyone it'd be cool to get that type of, you know, knowledge around the world, and I think England would be a cool country, or, you know, whatever it's classified as to go to. In NA, I think maybe like California or something, or either one of those two. You know, maybe it'd be fun to host a tournament in a really big state where everyone can see.
Why do you want this? Why do you compete in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Well, I mean, I've been gaming since like I was little. You know, I got my first Xbox when I was 5, and I always loved playing games and whatnot. So I just think that having this opportunity to finally have something done with what I've always wanted, you know, not even just going pro, you know, just loving playing games since I was little, you know, I kind of do it because of motivation, because of that. And, you know, now that I've came so far, you know, there's no point on going out of it after, you know, not getting what you want. So I think it's just the whole factor of motivation and, you know, support really that keeps me going in this. Just wait until mid-season. You know, we're gonna get a different placement than 5th and 6th, hopefully a bit higher, and with the meta will changes, you know, and we're going to be the kings of Pacific. I bet that. I bagged that.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Zenstari, and everybody at home. Congratulations once more. You've officially met another rival.
Thank you.
Shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides.
I'm gonna leave this open so y'all can see because I know it's gonna start in like 2 minutes. But I will be right back.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up in your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. 한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 숨길 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 듯
Coming. But with Iffy not having any follow-up, and now they're just staggering individual.
And the butterflies comes through from Saffron, instantly homing onto Seijiro. Ultimate to overcome it as Selection gets grabbed out just manages to get the invisible blade.
Used early, actually, from KitKat. Heaven's Retribution trying to go in for the dive. There's not really that much time to work with.
They're showing the highlights.
Hello and a warm welcome to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 today. The group stage here in NA will conclude. I swear I can talk for a living. I am Zoe, and joining me are Dogman and Iron Ship, and I couldn't ask for a better duo to close it out here in the group stage.
Wait,
Ship,
isn't
Dogman,
that the
how
voice actor
crazy
for
it
Adam
is,
Warlock?
and how lucky are we that all three matches
I'm
today
pretty sure that's
actually
the
have
voice actor for
playoffs
Adam Warlock.
implications.
Yeah, it's, you know, script writers. We go back to that all the time. Thank you, Kevin Feige. I mean, I'm stoked about this. Every single game has influence. I'm happy to be a part of it. I love when games are down to the wire like this because you get to see teams really back against the wall and pull out all the stops. Dog, how are you feeling about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, today's a big day. It feels like every like preseason was like this too. Every group stage this far in Ignite has been crazy. And yeah, you're right. I mean, we couldn't have a better scenario, Zoe. So today's going to be a lot of fun.
You're also wearing your absolute best shirt. So
Yeah.
it's going to be
I got it from 2DM, our caster over in China. He's great. He was a nice guy. Gave it to me when we went to the Chinese land last year. It was
I
sick.
love that. That's sweet. And now, from sweet things to, you know, the hard truth of things, which is that 5 of our 8 teams have already locked their spots in the NA playoffs, but it means that the other 3 are still open, and all teams today are fighting for those remaining spots. Well, not all teams actually still have an opportunity to get them, but some teams can play spoiler, which is just as fun shit.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here on the board the teams that are, you know, fully pushed through, right? So you got Team Liquid Citadel, 100 Thieves, Swamp Gaming, Stickdrift, and FlyQuest are all officially through. But the teams that we're seeing today, there's going to be a lot of opportunity, a lot of heartbreak on the line, starting off here with the game of TSM versus EXG. I cannot wait to see how these two teams stack up, because again, TSM's backs against the wall. They need this one.
They really do. Yeah, if we're looking at the standings today, it's kind of crazy how things shook out here. Yes, the tops have been, you know, pretty dominantly secured in both groups, but the middle of the pack is just playing it so very close. Equinox and Nightmare on both sides are already out of the mix, but TSM and Energy Shock can still stay alive and make something happen today in their matches. Now, if SSG lose against Yeah We Lost and TSM will win their match against Equinox, then SSG will be out. Yeah We Lost would win the head-to-head to TSM, so win or lose, they are in. There's just so much going on, and we will of course help you make it make sense every time we are setting up the match. And we have 3 matches coming your way. As I said, they're all gonna be very important for these standings, Dogman.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's going to be 3 very important matches, like you mentioned, Zoe, and like there's ways that this could be potentially a 3-way tie and stuff. Like there's so many implications and crazy nonsense for sure that just kind of happens in a round robin situation. I mean, it always comes down to tiebreakers sometimes, but yeah, the first game of the day will be Equinox versus TSM, SSG, Yeah We Lost up next, and then NRG versus Sentinels. The game that none of us maybe would expect a potential 3-way tiebreaker situation. That could happen, but obviously we have to wait for that game, the most anticipated one of the day, and especially for Sentinels fans who are waiting with bated breath to see if these guys qualify for the playoffs.
Yeah, for Energy, it's a win and in. It's potentially like the easiest scenarios here. Yeah, We Lost is in now. It's just a matter of seeding as we have to crunch the numbers, obviously, depending on how the results shake out today. But it's going to be a good one. I'm here for it. Even for the teams that, you know, like Equinox, right? Equinox, they're technically out already, but that means they can play free. They don't have any pressure to perform. They can just do whatever. And that potentially can literally make them one of the scariest opponents, Shib.
Yeah, I think, you know, we saw some unique stuff, and when you go against unique stuff, these cheese comps, some teams like to call it, it can be difficult because you don't have any practice against it. So Equinox could absolutely shake things up today. It should be fun. But again, you know, they have the chance of pulling a team out. You talked about not like trolling, but having the ability to shake up the way that the seeding plays out is you know, it's power. It's something you want to have. So I'm looking forward to the first matchup for sure.
Very powerful. Yeah, let's discuss this first one. TSM going up against Equinox. Starting with Equinox Gaming, which are already, as we said, out of the playoff contention. They, of course, still want to end on a high note here in the group stage, even if they have to find themselves in promotion relegation at the very end of it. Now we're looking at the starting roster here. WADA is back in together with No Binds, so we are not going to see Jupiel, I believe. Oh no, we are seeing Jupiel, No Binds, and WADA. Never mind, I can read again. I'm very good at my job. But yeah, Equinox. I think we still have some questions about this team and like what their how do you even say that? What their identity is, I guess. They're slotting like their duelists in and out. Like we don't really know who is playing what. It's just we don't really know what their style is.
Yeah, it seems like. Yeah, and Dog, just to jump in ahead of you, I mean, and I want to get your take too. I think this team is more just dive focused. They've always kind of had that identity. And when it comes to, you know, a comp that can be strong more in the poke, more front to back, it seems like that's kind of their weakness. And teams have been exploiting that, I would say, so far. What's your take?
No, yeah, you're right. I think this is a different team, and Zoe kind of pointed it out, and you talked on it too. They don't have a true identity, and that's just unfortunate. It's just kind of how things have worked out ever since, you know, they Tree and Really Sticky are both, you know, sadly underage and haven't been able to compete ever since they, you know, got a top placement, top 3 in MRC. You know, we were looking forward to seeing those guys, and I'm sure we'll still see them in the future. I mean, they still have a very bright future ahead of them, and as does everybody here, like you guys talked about. Like you said, Chupiel's been popping off. We have a lot of talented players on this team. I like their back line. I think Nobines is an incredibly strong Venom player, too. Lyric has shown flashes as well. Like, they have potential for sure, and as an unsigned roster, they definitely, you know, I think had a lot of not a lot of expectations to live up to, but a lot of pressure on them to succeed. So, you know, we'll have to see these guys in the future. I'm sure that, you know, they'll all be around in the pro scene for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. Individual, we obviously seen them popping up here and there. Also, I think I confused Nobines with Pro Builder earlier. Excuse me. Sorry about that. It's early in the days. But yeah, Equinox. Obviously, they're coming here with the hope to like just end this stage on a high note. They have to go up against TSM, which... I mean, before yesterday's match, TSM looked like everything is clicking, right? Like, they finally found their stride in their match against... Yeah, we lost yesterday, though. They once again looked a little bit lost. I feel like they definitely redeemed themselves when we headed onto map 2, Convoy. They got to play the Phoenix and the Elsa there. They looked so good when Carl and BTS were just able to kind of have a field trip with it. But yeah, still some question marks remain for this team.
Yeah, it's kind of on the other side of the coin. I mean, this team is just disgusting at the hit scan front to back stuff and not as good at the dive stuff, right? So it's like literally the polar opposite. But, you know, they're running the bunker comps too. Gilbert's not afraid to pull out the penny, which has been more of an influence. Hashtag dive is dead for dog. I just want to bring that back into the fold. But no, I think, yeah, I mean, the Bucky looked great from Cal. We saw some disgusting 4 pieces, BTS back on the hit scan stuff. I mean, this whole team is strong. Even the backline, which I was surprised about. Shout out Brady and Gilbert, who are running a really strong hit scan backline too. And the Loki play from Gilbert, Guru obviously, and Unknown. I mean, this whole team's got a ton of talent. The question is, though, they just need to be more flexible. They need to have heroes that they can switch to that'll change up their standard front to back style. And if they can get through that, if they figure this out, they will be a team that looks strong in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the match yesterday against Yeah We Lost that they did do a lot of swapping, but it wasn't just hero swaps, but also role swaps. So it just wasn't as fluid as transition and kind of tripped them up here and there when they tried to make adjustments, Dogman.
Yeah, there was a lot of, you know, potential, you know, things we talked about with, like, you know, roster selection at the very beginning of the year. You know, and it's tough for a lot of these teams. I think they had like they had to have a minimum of 3, you know, core roster players stick together from the preseason into the stage 1. So if you had a very bad stage 1, like they did, you couldn't just stop and replace everybody, right? But they've kept BTS against Chupiel on the other side for Equinox, who's been great. I mean, BTS, whenever we've seen them play the Phoenix, whenever we've seen them play the Elsa, and all those hit scan characters, it's like you guys talked about, that they've been really good. And BTS, I think in the past has shown a lot in terms of that sort of hero pool. I think that they've paired well better around Cal instead of like Gale on the duelist role. But, you know, I think that BTS has their heroes are very good at, like you mentioned, Shib, earlier. It's just a shame they don't have like a main sort of melee character player on their team, I guess, because, you know, on the opposite side, Chupiel is probably as good on those hit scan characters as well.
Yeah, and then of course for Equinox, they do have Water and Pro Builder to swap in and out, so to fill gaps that might be there from Chupiel or elsewhere. Now Chupiel, we saw them on Ultron, Star-Lord, Elsa, and when they go unchecked, they are doing so much for their team, and that's definitely a win con for them, Shib.
Yeah, and they are still a team that isn't afraid to use the Atom comp. We've seen some success with it. I wouldn't say it's been like a super meta composition on certain maps. They're running the triple backline. Atom, you know, with the hit scan can be really, really strong, and the res can be impactful. Pro Builder looks great, and I think, you know, early on, even in the preseason stuff, Pro Builder was one of the best Atoms that we had seen on screen. So definitely have that in their belt as well.
Yeah, so that will give them some flexibility heading into today's match. I'm very excited to see where we're going to end up for our first map on Domination. Is there a particular team you would give the upper hand here, Dogman, just based on what we've seen so far from them on Domination?
I mean, I think if we're going off of just like this team in the past in terms of, you know, being good at Domination, it would be Equinox or AKA Cafe Rose, whatever you want to call them. But I mean, TSM, you talked about it. They've been good on hit scan stuff. It just depends on the ban phase, right? Like we can, you know, talk about all those hit scan characters. Shib, you could mention it, right? Like those characters, these guys are very good if they get certain heroes through, right?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like even Loki became a target ban because Loki was looking really strong for the side of TSM. But yeah, I mean, Phoenix is going to be a problem. Elsa's been stepping back into the meta. If they allow some of that stuff through, I think TSM has a good shot. But I think inherently, like you're saying, Equinox in a dive, you know, Domination like this, it could be a big threat, especially at Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, Hell's Heaven is going to be the first map we will be seeing. Now, ban-wise, are there any overlaps? Is there anything that you feel like you should be taken away from the other team, but that could also like cut into your own flesh here, Dogman?
Good question, Zoe. I think a lot of it is maybe like Luna Snow. Like that character seems to be really strong at the current moment. We've seen Luna Snow's, you know, that are given space and are against dive comps really pop off. So I think that's going to be a bit of overlap for both teams, and maybe even that Loki that Shiv mentioned earlier.
Yeah, let's see where they take us in the ban and lock phase starting momentarily. We're here for our first match of the day between Equinox and TSM. Guys, take it away.
All right, my friend, let's get locked and loaded and warmed up here as we head into our first match of the day. Folks, strap in. Every single one of these matches is super important. And if you have a team that's backs against the wall, now's the time they need some of that support. TSM versus Equinox in this first matchup. Dude, this ban phase is everything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the ban phase is everything, and it's still kind of up in the air, like what's very good at the current moment. And we know, I think Paulie gave us the best gem yesterday, right? Gambit, obviously, has been a perma ban this whole stage. If you're just tuning in for the first time, welcome in. But yeah, Gambit's been not played at all, just because of the ban phase, and it was getting through in the first week, right? But then people realized how broken it was.
If it ends up being a one-sided Dino, that could actually be kind of
But I think Paulie mentioned that like everything's good right now, Shib, right? That's the tough part, right?
Okay, who do y'all save?
Yeah, I think it's a sign of a decent meta. Like, if you can play a bunch of different stuff, that's awesome. And comps are still being figured out, and teams are still trying to work on new heroes. So like this deep into the meta, right? At this stage, it's insane. But yeah, you can see the removal of Phoenix. I think that's a great idea for Equinox. Them locking Black Cat, playing into their dive style. Again, this is kind of exactly what we anticipated.
Yeah, it's tough because I think against most teams you wouldn't. I think now we're getting to a point where Star-Lord is seen as like one of the best characters alongside Black Cat and stuff, instead of Phoenix. But you know, I think that you know, with TSM specifically, they played so much Phoenix, it makes sense for them. I mean, obviously the Elsa is also going to be a thing. You know, maybe we could even just keep banning out those hit scan characters. Cal's going to have to play the Bucky potentially if you go that route for Equinox. And for TSM, you know, I wonder if they want to just kind of like ban out some of the best characters at the current moment. I mean, the Phoenix ban comes through just to get that one-sided matchup. The Luna Snow ban, and then the Rocket on the opposite side is going to be traded. So we'll probably get a team favoring more of that Luna Snow against the Rocket. What do you think in that matchup specifically? Is it a bit closer maybe than people would think? Rockets. It's kind of
yeah, it's so tough.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Luna just has far more bans right now, but I think teams started figuring out the Rocket play later on. So it's still, like, statistically, it's very close. I'm not really sure which is more meta. I think people love Luna just because ton of hit scan pressure as well. Rocket does a good job into the dive stuff, but also plays well into triple if they're running that route. So it's just different answers. You're looking at each other's ideas of comps, and you're trying to find solutions. TSM, though, they could go back if the dive is crazy.
They ban
that penny stuff, which they've been known to be able to do. But right now, it seems like they're kind of just banning out meta, is what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, and the tank pool protect comes through at the very end.
Pool, I think.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, Strap pool? Was it Strap pool or is it Van pool?
I think so. Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I guess I was just looking at the shield. So I guess, yeah, that would be interesting if it is Strap pool, because I know that's been prioritized for a lot of people, especially with the, you know, the Rocket stuff and, you know, having to go for quick plays against it. But still kind of interesting. I don't know if we've, I don't know if we've seen a Strap pool protect happen.
Those are some
I'm
interesting
not 100% sure either. We'll let production let us know, you know, exactly what that is as that's happening right now. But yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think Strap Pool is great in triple comps in the back line. I think Strap Pool, it has a really strong ultimate for just snowball-y, walk in as a unit type stuff, but it doesn't counter things like the Star-Lord, you know, the ultimates that can just sweep right through the ultimate if you just aim right at him, even while he passes the big test. So, but into the dive stuff, it's very strong. You're going to have damage boost at the same time. He's just another one of these Mantis-style strategists that really seem to play well across the board into triple comps, with triple comps.
Yeah, good point. I mean, it's going to be interesting to kind of see who has the edge in that department. Both teams, obviously, I think prioritizing that Phoenix stuff. The Star-Lord ban makes sense, but obviously the Black Cat getting through. We'll see if Equinox actually can start playing that to a very high level, because I mean, we've seen that character before be incredibly strong and be one of the best this patch. So like, there's a bunch of really good duelists at the current moment, and you know, I think that ban phase at least could enable them if they have a really good Black Cat player. But regardless, we're going to start it out here on Hell's Heaven again between TSM and Equinox. Obviously, Equinox are now basically, no, they aren't basically. They are literally going to be relegated, which we could talk about that towards the end of the broadcast. But they're going to have to go through a 32-team tournament through, you know, every MRC team through MRC points that have happened this stage at Ignite. So stage 1 has been, you know, life or death for a lot of teams, and TSM trying to keep their hopes alive by winning this game today.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to dive into that more with you, but about the relegation process, we'll get into that later on here as we see how this match shakes out. TSM, Equinox, who finds the first pick? Gilbert Noodle going to be on the Atom of all things off rip, and they look like they will not be running a... Oh, they are running... No, they're running a... Wait, I'm so confused. Still a dual combo. Look at this back line. What have I seen here? This is crazy.
Well, they did this yesterday, I think, or it was 100 Thieves that were doing it too. This sort of back line with Adam Warlock 2-2-2 sort of style, and I mean it hasn't really worked yet in the pro scene, like for the games themselves. But you know, TSM are playing slow against it. They don't really want to go in, obviously forcing that Soul Resurgence or Soulbind first off. But we already go in with Lyric on that Ban Hammer into the backline. Brady tries to counter it though with some excellent support strategist ultimates on the backside.
Yeah, but Lyric goes right through it as No Binds finds Gilbert Noodle. Chupio gonna take out BTS. Cal finds one. The res from Gilbert, but it will not be enough here as the point has been taken from Equinox early on. Respect finds Gilbert. Guru gonna get the first trade back there. Since this fight, and yeah, the rest will fall, just trying to get back for their team, but 35% already and counting as the recap comes in.
Yeah, it's almost like actually TSM like knew what they were trying to do, right? They rolled out with the Moon Knight comp first, just understood to play slow and just buy time for their Moon Knight to get those KOs. So excellent work from Lyric too to get that Ban Hammer towards Brady. And I mean, I don't know if I'm like that big of a fan of that backline of Deadpool, Adam Warlock. I mean, I know we saw like A-Team try it yesterday, but still, it's kind of odd, you know, to say the least, especially the fact that we got the Luna Snow ban and it got through in the backside. Respect gets, by the way, walled off because of the map shift, so they're already down their Jeff in the second fight.
That's a huge ultimate there, and apologies for the mix-up, folks. The teams have been switched to make it more apparent as to who's up. TSM had point early, now switched over to Equinox. Cal finds one. Pick's gonna get that res right back. Bring back Lyric into the fight as some more ults get committed. Out goes Deadpool on the side of TSM, and there's the match right back from the Sia from Pixel. Lyric gonna find two, though. Vampool still very much in this meta as Chupiel drops Cal, and they're still holding on 50%.
I mean, it's been a tough recontest, right? And the healing again is a bit of a problem. I mean, they'll have res in a second. The last time we've seen this come out, you know, I feel like if you have the res ultimate, you'd want to have the cocoon so you can set it back up. He switches back over to the Loki. Kind of makes sense. Like I said, I don't know what the freaking point of that Adam Warlock stuff is. I'll be real. But if Equinox win this today, I mean, that would send TSM down again out of the playoffs. That's an excellent pick by BTS, though, has made that swap over to Star-Lord because that's available. But can they find more off of it? A lot of ults still up for Equinox to kind of hold on to this objective and wait for Moon Knight ult.
You can see a change twice here. Guru gonna go in with the Rampage. BTS gets hit with the ult right there. Ban Hammer for the moment, just biding some more time as Cal gets another pick on a Lyric. Cal doing a great job finding these neutral picks. Respect finding a few in bite. Will look like it will be able to get off map. Good juking there. Wow, that was a disgusting movement, but the flight comes back in. Unknown off map. Chupiel gets a pick on a Guru, and Respect now on a Cal.
Cal's dead.
I mean, I don't think Cal's done much on the Bucky so far. That's gonna be job done for Equinox. Like, they keep finding those first picks, but like after that, it just feels like that there's too many mobile characters. Like you saw the Jeff dodge those shots. I mean, I don't blame Cal for missing those. Like that little fin is hard to hit.
Yeah.
That's why, you know, you want to play Black Cat and stuff too, because you don't have to freaking aim, dude. If you're playing Black Cat and there's a Jeff, you just track him down with your ult and you can get the KO through the submerged form of Jeff. So kind of why these melee characters are really good is because it doesn't require aim to have to like get the KOs. If you play Daredevil, if you play Black Cat, you can kind of stick onto somebody, and that's the unfortunate part of playing the aim characters in this game at the current moment, is that you can just get countered by some picks like Respect was doing.
Yeah, there's a lot to address. You and I kind of talked about that opening door, what we saw from the strat line. Like, didn't necessarily love it. You can see the change up now. It looks like
what's the
going to be picking the Fox.
Like, have you seen that ranked or something? Like, what is the point of that Adam Warlock Deadpool comp? Like, what could be the value there? I know it's a hard question, but like, what? Like, we saw that yesterday too. Like, what's the freaking point?
The point there, I believe, and I honestly, you know, have been in scrims, is to use that strat pool to get all early, use the jumps to immediately have all, and just rely solely on that as a snowball comp to walk forward, and use Adam as another hit scan, which the team is just known for playing well. I think just trying to get some more damage and have res should things get crazy, and then maybe use strat pool after the fact to heal off res. But I don't know, man, it just did not work as Wada is able to find Cal early on. Guru off the back of that portal, instead of getting anyone from Equinox, trades the backline, and now Cal is making a switch once again over to Ultron. It seems like this team is really just trying to find a comp they're comfortable on. Kind of been a mess so far.
Yeah, it has been, you know, I'm sure they're trying to stabilize with it, right? Playing that triple comp, you can play far back, allow your Luna to get sort of in these positions to kind of sit cross map. And I mean, I like
Honestly,
it so far.
Ultron
Already,
into
where
a
the teams have
dive-heavy
success is
comp.
through him. They do use that Luna Snow ultimate,
kinda
go towards
massive.
that point together to deal with the damage coming out. And Equinox don't have any ult, so if TSM could find a KO here, that would be
Because
huge,
most of them can't reach
as
it.
they do have ultimate advantage.
And again, point is yet to be capped on either side. BTS in the sky here with the Star-Lord. An incredibly strong pick in the current meta is able to find one. Goodbye, Lyric. Looking now towards the backline. Great vision there. Finds another onto Lyric. That's a two-piece as BTS gets them going. The point will be capped first by TSM. What a pick there from Guru to clean that up. Getting down to 20 HP before the roll.
Yeah, I mean, this is good, like sort of a pseudo kind of take on the meta too. Just play triple Stratus alongside Star-Lord, that character with the 10 ammo count buff in the previous patch. It's a little disgusting. And that thing is broken for sure. And you know, I know that there was a lot of Star-Lord fans that were in the casual scene saying Star-Lord did a bit of a buff, but he's definitely one of the best characters, if not the best, in this current patch besides Black Cat. But they have to keep it up moving forward. TSM do have ults to play around, but they have to play together around this Ultron once the dive comes in.
Clap cooldowns, out cold crystals, pretty much everything you can see getting popped right now. The dance floor now goes out from Bredy, who has ultimate once again. I think the last one was actually out by Gilbert on the copy. Bredy going to hold him on the point. 44% in climbing. Wada obviously on that cat, looking towards the back line. Crystals have been committed already. A little more aggro on the dive. The freedom charge goes out now, and the spray from Jeff in the back line of Respect will not be enough for them to take this point. 53 even after those commitments. No binds though. Gotta find the first pick out of Cal, make it 2 and 3 as Binds takes out Bredy. The back line is gone, and this should be a takeover here by Equinox.
Yeah, that's a tough fight. I mean, like, usually you'd see the team with Ultron's Rage, at least in the current patch, like kind of take over. You know, obviously with the Mantis and stuff that you can damage boost, it's not really there. But regardless, you know, that swap over to Psylocke too, they can play up the pace, the tempo, especially with Lyric also being on that Deadpool really, you know, stops Cal in the sky. That's pretty much full anti-Ultron composition. Guru does have that ult ready to go, though. Upcoming fight. We'll see how they play around this Jeff ult, too, because they keep playing close together. But they have a lot of characters that can kind of dodge that Jeff ult, the Jeff eat once it comes in.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, Respect looked really good on map 1 here. 27% in climbing. Ult advantage going to be roughly even, but Cal goes down first for TSM. And Gilbert going to trade that back onto Wada. That is a huge pick onto the cat, showcasing why his Loki's kind of been Thanos a little bit fearful on the side of Equinox. Now, Chupiel going to start off with the dance of the Cutterfly, dropping Gilbert, though. Goodbye to Thanos right after making that comment. And that is a nice trade.
I mean, Brady trying to fight for his life. Guru's there with the peel, has the Ultron, so they're still in it. BTS also commits the ult towards the point. So at least they're still contesting on the side of Equinox, but those are some good trades back, like you mentioned.
A good idea there for the alt way to dodge that too. The Rage of Ultron potentially to counter back from the HGF. Instead, it's going to go right in the front line of it. No binds. Turning back to get some solid heals after the fact. Immediately gets hit with the Banhammer. Plays low with a crystal. Well done again by Bredy on the focus to put that on Cal. After being ulted, this team is starting to look more like themselves, but they need this point back. There is the change. 72% now for Equinox. 67 in climbing for TSM.
We're close to last fight territory, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go like in one more time.
Whenever TSM does have some success, it's through those ultimates out of Guru, and
they will have Black Cat
they can maybe
and
hold
no
on here
binds
regardless
soon,
of coming fight. Copy available, sure,
but if they go like
we can
all
get these
in
KOs
right
for
now,
Equinox through that ultimate if you have the target focus
Strange
plus the
Portal
see you
for
later from
last
Pixel.
fight.
So see
But
how
the
Equinox
longer they
can
wait, the
react
closer
to
we
it.
get to last
They
fight
should be able to
territory.
get KOs as long as TSM are grouped up around this target focus out of Equinox.
Yeah, and we're going to see calling card coming out here in a moment from Wada, and that is always a threat on the cat. You can just deal so much damage. Mash right back by Gilbert Noodle on the copy again. The dance floor bringing us back season 1 with the dance floor copy as we see Guru playing very aggro. Doesn't need the dinosaur right now. Is able to drop Pixel. Looking for more. Outgo a few commitments as again Wada brings out the calling card. Does anyone go down for the reset? Doesn't look like that's the case just yet. BTS keeping eyes forward. Going to try to drop Lyric, who's juking around, but it doesn't matter. Goes down. So does Binds, and we might be going to map 3. The portal comes out now from Chupiel as Guru's trying to just wall off some of those heals. Another pick comes in for BTS, who is locking in this moment, and that will do it. We are going to map 3.
Yeah, man, this is nice out of TSM, especially if they can qualify for the playoffs. They look like they can play the Star-Lord comp, which is going to be, you know, a huge, you know, play for them moving forward, considering, you know, you may not have to play a lot of the melee characters if you get Star-Lord through, if you get the Phoenix through, or whatever. To be honest, it feels like the Star-Lord ban is going to be a little bit more priority for teams moving forward due to the fact that, I mean, Phoenix, I think you can shut down a little bit easier than Star-Lord. But regardless, that was some really poor communication, coordination out of EXO.
That's unfortunate.
I understand they're like, for
Okay,
Equinox,
there it
sorry,
goes.
I know that they're, you know, basically limited at this point, but they just needed to get like a quick see you later
It'll
play out of
fix its
Pixel and stuff. They
quality
seem to
in a
get
bit.
separated, and
Well,
they
it
just
might
got
look okay for
taken
y'all.
out
It's
while they had
blurry for
ultimates.
me.
That's just never a good sign for a team to
Because
just
it
lose
is
a fight
closer
when
to
you have
1080
ultimates
right now.
as strong as Rocket Raccoon ult and the combinations that they had.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to be locked into a triple comp now. Should be able, will, you know, stay on that Strange, likely trying to just use that ultimate. We're going to see the Dinosaur here, and there's some off-map locations. It's a pretty strong map for Dino, as you do have essentially pretty much guaranteed pull, at least the potential to throw off-map. The portal play is getting committed once again by Gurus, trying to find a kidnap, I believe. It's going to look forward to isolate. Now they kind of expect something. They want to stay as a unit. Teams are starting to learn these cheeky plays a little bit better now, and instead they're going to use it to wall off the location they want to do attack from, force them into one lane. But will this work out? They're going to find out quickly. That triple Vanguard line might be a little bit more threatening. We'll see how it looks.
Yeah, it might be. We'll kind of see how it pans out for them. I mean, Chupio's had his pop-up moments on Elsa so far as well. And they do get that sort of high ground locations, but TSM are baiting them in. They have the ultimates ready to go. Bubbles used. BTS knows they're going now.
Yeah, and before that, looks like, yeah, Chupio did make that switch like he called out to the Elsas there. Chupio goes down from BTS, though. The res out again. Chupio back on the battlefield, both of which going to stay sixed up as we see Cal commit with the Rage of Ultron. Crystals now are out as well, looking for Wada, who's doing a great job juking. Doesn't look like Cal's going to be able to find that pick. Incredible movement there. Still chasing, though. Going to get the health back, and now it's just an ego play, saying, I can't allow that to slide. Unknown, able to press forward. No binds is not up in here and gets that chomp and holds up as the point is still yet to be capped, but a huge eye goes out towards backline. Not going to be enough to get the pick as it's matched with the dance floor. This time from Respect, and BTS finds another. Traded back once again onto Gilbert Noodle, and the rest comes through. Numbers going to be up now for Equinox. Can they keep this going? It looks like they will.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Wada commits the ultimate soon, and or will commit the ultimate in a second, but no, okay, Guru goes down. Chupio's eye, or sorry, Glartrox was the biggest thing in that previous fight. Obviously, we know how good these Elsa players can be. It's been unfortunate because, like you said, Guru hit a big eye in the main, but BTS was trying to peel off Lyric in the back line, who went aggressive on that Deadpool. Now Cal swaps over, back to the Bucky once again, off of that Ultron for that pocket for BTS as they deal with the Elsa and also the Devil Dino. But without that Mantis, without some of the damage boost and stuff, they're going to have to focus on this front line, or at least separate the back line as well, as the See You Later is available again for Pixel, and Wada has the ultimate. This could be an absolute shutdown of TSM.
Yeah, Equinox is a ton here. The copy comes out, though. Cal with a Kraken Impact available as well. BTS going to be close. The Sia is now out on the battlefield, but it gets exploded immediately. No bind's going to walk them forward. Wada, like you said, ultimate available. May not even need it, but escapes onto the dance floor. What a freeze there. What a play, but the rest comes back in as Wada's back on the battlefield. Cal does go down too. Numbers going to be up again for Equinox. This BRB has been invaluable in this final map.
Absolutely. BTS in the sky, though, can go off. No straddles to deal with it. Wada gets deleted because of it. Can they find any more? Equinox is trying to hold on to the point now. No blinds get stunned up, grabbed by the other Devil Dino of Guru. And again, no straddles, but they're coming up on the Elsa. They need to find these KOs. The target focus needs to be there for TSM at the current moment because they're coming back in. Equinox are with ultimates.
Yeah, and you can see Unknown making the change over here to Groot. So this, oh, I was going to say, look for the Strangling Prism, but that's a massive Glartrox. Still in, though, and there it is. Will they be able to clean this up? What a bubble to hold on. Nobody goes down. Instead, the entirety of TSM does. What a counter play by Equinox, who are locked in at 80% to 0.
Oh my God, TSM could get stuffed out by a team that's not even qualified for the playoffs. They have to go against MRC teams again, potentially, but Portal comes back in now for TSM. Guru has ultimate, and there's nothing on Equinox's side, so they can make this work, but they need to focus on this high ground because of all those strats and the Elsa up there. There's going to be so much damage coming through. Maybe they can deal with Wada again, but they have to deal with Chupio the whole time.
Keep your eyes on here. Guru committing with a rage. Doesn't look like it got too much value. Cal able to find no binds. I guess it does convert there, but the res is there once again. They've got to find these BRBs. The downside to not running this dive is they're never breaking these BRBs, and they're just getting value every time. Lyric going to look towards backline. Gilbert Noodle in a tight spot. Binds able to take out Unknown, and the cap does switch up here, but either way, it is going to be maintained by Equinox for the moment, and it looks like this might end. I don't even know if they get a portal there in time.
Oh my God, yeah, you're right. It's done. Equinox have done it. They've won a map versus TSM on Hell's Heaven in 2-1 fashion.
Map 2, I'm gonna go
and they
warm up
force
my food.
another map in TSM now. That's brutal, right? First map, it did go Equinox's way. We talked about how they could be good on domination. Obviously, with not having the potential to make the playoffs could, make them play more free, is like what Zoe said. So that's a huge map to win for Equinox, but we'll see how TSM come back off of the next map and see what map they choose after this break.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and welcome back to What's the Meta. We're more than halfway through the group stages of Stage 1 across the Ignite globe at this point, and the meta footprint that Devil Dinosaurs left us has settled somewhat, so according to the data, what are the teams discovering? We have to talk about what stayed the same, and the top two kings of the meta are still exactly the same. Gambit is pretty much the priority when it comes to a first ban. We don't get to see him. I think we've spoken about him enough, we all know why. And Devil Dinosaur is still number 2. Teams are protecting Devil Dinosaur because everybody else is. The stats sort of line up that if you have Devil Dinosaur and the other team does not, you have a pretty decent win rate. So they're protecting Dino because when one team gets him, that team usually wins because he's so easy to incorporate into a composition. He's very good at shutting down some of the more brittle duelists that want to be a little bit more divey. And so he's just a great character to sort of put in the middle of the map and honestly just build around. With the damage that he deals, the damage that he blocks, and just the way that he's able to stall and fight on objectives, yeah, Devil Dinosaur is pretty good and one of your mainstay vanguards for the time being. That's all standard. We could see that in the games that we saw last week, but what has actually changed? When it comes to big winners, there's none more so than Rocket Raccoon. He didn't just become more popular, teams discovered just how to win with him with how he plays. Obviously, he's been buffed over the last couple of seasons, is looking really good. The likes of Be Right Back as just an ability are very useful in these long drawn out team fights where it gets hard to eliminate anybody because you've got the likes of Devil Dinosaur. Get a pick on Devil Dinosaur, or Be Right Back instantly brings him back into the fray. Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. The team up with Star-Lord is obviously very good because Star-Lord got buffed, and the fact that Rocket is very good with his survivability. The fact that a Daredevil or a Black Cat can jump on him, try to eliminate him, and he's able to sneak out goes to show a lot of what the strategists can do to make sure that they don't get picked off when it's important. Resource generation, the Arn Amplifier as an ultimate for just damage boost for everybody is a key thing to win out some of these long drawn out fights where there's so much sustain. And Rocket can put out a good amount of damage, but he can obviously put out a metric ton of healing too. So yeah, Rocket is one of the main winners when it comes to how much he has shot up the rankings when it comes to not only a protect priority, but also a ban priority too. And his win rate when one team gets him and the other one doesn't is pretty high. One of the highest that we've seen so far. Like almost 2/3 of the time high. So yeah, he's good. And because Rocket got stronger, one of the characters that benefits from him the most and is also a pretty good answer to him got stronger too, that being Phoenix, Jean Grey. She's very good at destroying the deployables with her ultimate. She benefits from Rocket's resources. Damage boost into a solo Jean Grey when you're running triple strategist is a great way to actually find eliminations in high sustain. And he just synergizes really well with Phoenix, as pretty much become one of the major options for a duelist outside of Star-Lord, now that Elsa's sort of fallen out of the fray. And because these two have shot up in popularity, some of the other options that were trying to contest them have fallen down a little bit in the choice order. And one of the major ones actually for losers is Black Cat. She remains a popular hero for teams But
With
we're
his
not
food,
seeing
rice.
teams nearly spend as much like capital guaranteeing access to her.
Just
Her
plain
protect
old white
cost, She
rice.
was a common like, we want to protect this character so it doesn't get banned. We're going to try and one-side it if we can. That hasn't really worked. Like the win rate is still pretty underwhelming, like under 50%. If a team gets Black Cat and the other team doesn't, they don't win the majority of the time because other stuff is banned out as an option. So Black Cat just isn't providing that much when it comes to the draft. It just seems that teams are still playing her, but they're like, there's no point protecting her because it just isn't that worth it. And also, we're not going to ban her because we want to get some of the other characters out that we've mentioned instead if we can. It just feels like Black Cat is fine, but she's not super strong that we need to get rid of her fine, or protect her in this case. She's just not being treated as a hero that you must secure. But she's not the only one that's sort of dropped down. Like White Fox's popularity has gone down, Captain America's popularity has gone down, Luna even, who's quite high up in the rankings, has dropped a good chunk, as has Ultron, who isn't seen half as much as before. Not because they're objectively worse characters, it's just because Rocket and Jean Grey are demanding a lot more attention from teams, and that sort of attention needs to come from somewhere. I am really curious to see what we see in like the last week of groups, considering at least for like EMEA and Americas, there's a month we're going to have Cyclops in the game when we get to stage 1 playoffs. So the meta is going to change a lot. So I'm excited to see what this last week of
We'll
action
actually have
is going
Cyclops
to
in the
give
game
us
like this
before
coming
we go
Friday.
into season 8.5. But I hope you found this interesting. Thanks for watching, and let's get back to the action.
Welcome back to MRI NA Stage 1. Equinox secured their second map win this stage, which means they are just one map away from winning the series, which also means that TSM is one map away from not making playoffs.
You know when
Zoe
the
here back
announcement
with
will come
Iron
out
Ship
for him?
and
It'll be
Dogman
like,
and friends.
probably
You're gonna
around
help me here.
Tuesday. That's
TSM
when you'll start
had
getting
me raising
reveals
some
and stuff
eyebrows
about him.
coming out with his Adam Warlock and Stratpool comp. You guys touched on it very briefly, but why take such a risk in such an important matchship? Any answers?
I think the idea was potentially thinking they might run full dive stuff, and this will work for us using Bond, and then you use the strat pool all to, because you can get it relatively quickly, to just keep everyone bundled together, and that'll be our solution. It's very like a take on a bunker cop, but to me, it just kind of fell apart almost immediately.
Yeah, it doesn't look very good, sadly. I mean, we saw it yesterday with the 100 Thieves. You know, they played it versus Swamp. But every single time, I think, even before the res came out, and again, it kind of happened here. I guess they got the res off, but like Millennial would kept going down and dying, and it was kind of the same thing here. It just doesn't seem very good. I don't know. I don't get the point. It's like you said, maybe they're trying to play like the counter dive stuff.
Don't they
maybe
normally do, like,
they can
roughly
elaborate a
5
little
to
bit
10
more.
minutes
But
in
everything
between?
is changing week by week for sure, like compositions and stuff. So, you know, I don't know. Maybe the Adam Warlock 2-2-2 backline is going to be viable in like another week or something.
Yeah, maybe they're just a little bit ahead of the curve. I just feel like that was an overcook. Like they had things that are working for them, so why switch it up when everything is on the line for you? Lyric, our MVP for this one. Yeah, I mean, in general, like, we gotta give it to Equinox. Like, no matter what the compositions look like here on the other side for TSM, Equinox also just played a really good game. They were very cohesive.
Man, we got buffering.
The synergy was there.
Yeah, I mean, they're not giving up. I respect it. I think a team, it shows class to me, a team that doesn't necessarily play something that's, you know, not as meta or something along those lines when they're out of the tournament. I respect them giving it a full, you know, college try here and looking very good. I mean, Vanpool looked disgusting. Shout out Lyric, because you look at the stat lines. I mean, across the board, everybody on Equinox seemed like they got value.
Absolutely. Dogman, who's standing out for you?
I mean, like, yeah, just like Shib mentioned, like Lyric was playing well. I think Wada had a very good game on Black Cat. Good to see Wada bounce back after, you know, a few rough games, you know, playing those strat pulls himself. And then, you know, obviously I think their backline's also very good. Like Respect only having 1 KO, playing a pretty good Loki. Opposite side, I mean, Brady always stands out. I feel like he's mechanically very good at Luna Snow. And you know, I think this team has a lot of presence potentially and potential with their backline, with Gilbert Noodle too, making that role swap. I think that might be a decent change for the future for him. But yeah, it's kind of like you said, Zoe. Like they just overcooked it, and I think if these guys played Overcooked together as a unit, I think they would only 1 star. You know, some of the easier events in that game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one, and I hope they don't, like, I don't know.
I think we lost a friend there, buddy. You got Thanos snapped out, but we keep rolling with the punches, and yeah, we keep on moving forward. Yeah, I mean, buddy, we got to see some changes up here. I think TSM, I didn't like what they came out the door with. I think I see the idea, I see the vision. I think they thought we were going to see Equinox go just full commitment dive like they've done in the past, but I also respect Equinox for doing something that seems a little more slow-paced decision-making style comp, and it really seemed to work against TSM. TSM was forced to switch. I don't know. I saw like 5-6 switches across different heroes in that matchup alone. So it was tough. It was tough for them to find a way through, and I don't think they ever truly did. There was moments of greatness though.
Yeah, there was, and I think for TSM, I mean, they played very well around the Star-Lord. Also, we have to bear in mind as we go to Museum of Contemplation for the next map. And we saw Equinox play well on Domination before. The one map that you talked about that they won before was on a Domination on Celestial Husk. So I think that these guys can play Domination to a high level. Same thing with every MRC team. They're never worth under sort of valuing them on Domination, because like these guys, a lot of them are very mechanically skilled, and I think Domination, at least in terms of dive comps and coordination, so maybe a little bit easier to kind of figure out as a unit. As you know, I think Convergence and Convoy has a little bit more team play in general, or at least like more strategy when it comes to certain points in VOD review that a lot of these guys don't have the time for, right? Because they don't have a coach or whatever, because they are an unsigned roster. But still, you know, like we mentioned, the TSM still have a good chance on Convoy Convergence due to the fact that I think Equinox is never worth sort of undervaluing on those map types.
Fan closer.
Yeah, I mean, agreed. We saw them win Museum yesterday against, we lost, right? It was, for TSM side, this is a map they're comfortable on. Like you're saying, it kind of lends itself into different styles of play. This is going to be more coordinated. That front to back stuff works a little bit better when it's not done, when you're not getting surrounded and set up on for dive 24/7. It allows you to play a more traditional Marvel Rivals that we saw early on in these early seasons and even early Ignite, where kind of hit scan stuff, front to back shield comps, they work just a little bit better, something this team is definitely more comfortable on. So we will see if they are able to make this work, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how Equinox and what they choose to come out the door with.
Yeah, the ban phase coming through. Gambit going to be on both sides, and apparently Zoe's cat turned off her PC is what happened there, so that's why she froze on us, which it's revenge of the this is the sweetest revenge. You know, I remember in the olden days when Zoe's cat would be the determiner of ban phases in a game. So you know what, Phoenix ban on the opposite side for Equinox again happened for TSM. Kind of makes sense. That's been the sort of keys to success against TSM, is getting rid of that Phoenix, right?
Yeah, Phoenix, and then they lock in the Rocket, which is available for them, and it worked out, right? Like, obviously, the Seas got burned relatively quickly, but they still got value right before. They're burning through some of that strat line. You get out very quickly on Rocket right now, and the BRB was a huge benefit for them. The thing about TSM is they're not flanking so much, and I love how we're just talking about the fact that Zoe's cat just turned off her PC, right? Like, classic moment here. But I'll tell you what, these teams, they gotta get the screens back on. TSM side, I want to see something from them. Your backs are against the walls here, gentlemen. You got to lock in. We got to see something from you. I want this going game 3.
Yeah, this could be going game 3. I think it's possible, just due to the fact that, yeah, obviously TSM didn't look good on Domination, but that's just kind of in general throughout this whole sort of stage 1. It's just like they've lost the SSG on that map type as well. I mean, same thing we lost. They just haven't been able to figure it out on Dom, so I guess they want to try basically everything out because it's not worked out for them the entire stage 1. But ban phase wise, and I think in terms of map wise too, Convergence and Convoy is going to be a little bit easier for them. They can work themselves back into the series. Rocket Raccoon one-sided for Equinox though, as they are focusing on that. For TSM, looks like they're not getting that Luna Snow banned, but they might go for Protect on it towards the very end, or even that Loki that you talked about being a pretty much staple.
Yeah, and this is also, if they're going to attack first, but this is also a map that they can run that bunker stuff with Penny that they have been able to do. I mean, obviously their new take on bunker, we didn't like as much coming out the door with the Stratline bunker, but see if that's different. TSM going to lock in that Star-Lord. We saw BTS looking great on the Star-Lord, a great ban out there too. The removal of Black Cat is also a good answer. We're likely going to see the DD now, as the way Equinox wants to go about this, as their dive focus. Venom still on the table, so I think both of those picks, at least on attack, will be out here. It's a toss-up for me right now between DD and Cat. I think Cat is just a better hero, but DD has just statistically been roughly even with Cat in terms of win rate. So both very, very strong heroes. I've always made the argument to you, but it's like, I don't even know who to ban out. I guess DD can mark invis better, but Cat has more KO potential, so it's like, it's kind of a moot point to me.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think a lot of people would say Black Cat is like way better, but I'm kind of more in your boat right? I think that they're pretty much even. It's just a matter of can the player play those characters to the right in the right comps, in the right play styles, right? Because there's certain comps where you need to slow it down, not full int, right? Like that's I think the problem for Swamp right now, like if we're nitpicking, is that like for Mello to come into the game sometimes and have to play those melee characters, he has to kind of figure out when to not go in and just slow things down, kind of like what Speedily would do for Team Liquid Citadel, and Daze does as well. So I think it's these melee characters, you know, they're hard to kind of figure out how to play with the overall team. But we're going to potentially see yet another Gilbert Noodle on the Adam Warlock with the strat line of Deadpool once again. They're on attack, so they could switch it up. Yeah. But I don't know. We'll kind of see if this pans out for TSM on their attacking side versus Equinox.
I mean, I'm excited to see it work out. I want to see the vision here. I understand what they're trying to do. So I think once we kind of get some proof of it working, that might be a different story. You can see BTS heading right back in, switching immediately to that Moon Knight. Cal instead going to be on the Star-Lord. So a little bit of change up there in terms of picks. The Bucky not going to be out. And BTS going to be on that. Immediately deleted from 2 p.m.
And MSC team's trying the...
That was so fast. Yeah, damn. I don't even know how much healing could come through to save it. In that previous fight. I mean, BTS in the past actually was one of the best Moon Knights, if not
end up being
like one of the best in ranked ladders. So, you know, we'll kind of see if it works out. I don't know. I was talking to Spark Chief actually over the DMs between matches, like why the hell are people running this Adam Warlock Deadpool stuff? But apparently with the Deadpool, it can be very good. You know, just with the ultimate the jackpot, you can get KOs very fast. But again, they BRB come back into the fight quickly, and you know, Equinox get that res.
Yeah, it's a good start here. I mean, already turning this corner and pushing this deep is a massive start with 3 minutes on the clock still. A lot of pressure, again, off the back of that early ultimate from Breddy. There is the Strangling Prison from Lyric. Is that going to be enough for them to press through? It looks like they're able to find one out of BTS. Keeping the pressure forward. Crystals get popped. Unknown going to be in a tight spot. Tries to get him with the Ironwood. Does not work, but instead Guru goes down as they retake this space, and that could be another pick there. Good jump away.
It's kind of what you talked about, though, that uncontested Rocket Raccoon. It's been crazy. Obviously, Chupiel's been nuts, too, on Elsa, another character that even with the Phoenix ban can be just as good as that hero and Star-Lord as well. So, you know, obviously focusing on the duelist line for Equinox, not doing enough, sadly, against the team that is willing to play the triple comp. Like, this Equinox team, I actually like what they've been doing so far, and it's kind of a shame that they're on the playoffs because it seems like they've figured out kind of the meta a little bit more so than other teams.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think they're looking strong right now. I think the start here has been better for TSM than we've seen, at least in a little bit. And there is going to be the first pick onto Chupiel after launching ult. That's huge for Guru, but the res is there. Crystals now get committed from this side. Oh, EXG, there's a Strangling Prison trying to combine, but it's not enough. And, ooh, they're just going to use 2 off the back of that, even when it doesn't seem to land. Respect's going to take out Unknown. I don't like that a lot at all as the res comes out from Gilbert Noodle.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just love how BTS is going with that Moon Knight Canna Conchu, looking for where the hell that would be was, but happens sometimes, right? Sometimes you split,
like,
you get baited by rookie clones. Here's that team later on the opposite side, not very far.
Because they're just
so if disengaged by TSM, they can go around the corner. But oh, the counter Groot on the opposite side just keeps that double dino on the other angle, and there you go. Like, Lyric showing how it's done to Unknown as TSM sent back once again with a minute 30 left on the clock. This is looking kind of brutal for TSM, who haven't been able to combo the Groot ults. They switch Cal now back over to the Elsa so they get that one-sided, or they get the even Elsa mismatch. But again, with the Mantis fans and stuff, you have to rely on this Loki, and you can still play the Lunas if you want, but I guess the Deadpool
combo with like Moon Knight or Bucky
is prioritized by a lot of teams at the current moment.
You know, literally anybody that can kill
through it really quickly. TSM's going to try once more. They need this now. Respect has an answer, though.
Like your
they got a Mischief available. Copy and Crystals. Going to be a few things they can utilize. It's tough to utilize Crystals, though, into Moon Knight when ult is committed. Cal is available with ultimate as well. It's all about these duelist lines now. Breddy going to start up likely here. Yep, as they start moving forward, starting to test the strat line. Going to keep everyone healed up. Crystals now are launched. The Sia is out from the side of Equinox. Can they find value off this and force them back for 30 seconds? But the Glartrox now comes out. Does it land? It does. Cal, BTS, and Guru. And Breddy now able to find the first 4 picks. And TSM is showing some life. But will there be a stall from the Rocket? It looks like that might be the case for the moment. The portal's likely going to come in. Pro Builder gets rest back. They're able to find that. Yes, the walls here. I love this from Groot. Unknown, incredible idea. And now you will not be able to portal through. And this is something that I like to do in ranked. And I love to see it make it here. The portal cannot happen because those sides have been walled off. Incredibly smart play from Unknown.
Yeah, nice. Good stuff. And nice camera work as well. And good shout out by you, Shib. I mean, yeah, we saw that last week too. Nice work to shut that down. Now in the second phase, TSM, you know, they finally get some stabilization, but they need to get to the second point. And this happened yesterday too, where they just got stuck at the very end. They can still first point hold too, so at least getting the second phase, we know their defensive side can be good. There's a huge ult by Cal, like you mentioned in the first point too. I mean, him on Elsa, I like that so far for TSM.
And you see that heal wall out there. It's going to be from Lyric, the Mantis team up. Does help out a lot. You will see damage boost across the board. The Strangling Prison goes out. Use Ironwood to save the team. Not a bad look at all. Oh, and that might be stuff on the wall. Okay, that actually worked out well for the side of TSM. A great idea from Equinox, but a really good wall placement at the moment from Unknown. BTS finds 2 on the Moon Knight. Respecta to come back in. It's very difficult to run this Loki comp when Moon Knight's getting this kind of value. Even into the Dino and Groot, there's just so much that Moon Knight plays well into. So a great decision here from BTS. Ayamoto's a huge land from Nobines, able to take out Brady almost a second. The team will collapse here as we see Gilbert Noodle copy up and head in with the test. Cal gonna drop.
What happened? All audio just left.
Excuse me, as we lost Mike there for a moment. Chatted as we're heading back in, folks. We're gonna keep looking at the battlefield. Cal is holding this pressure on top of the point. Gonna play slow as Guru gets another early pick on a no-binds. Cal takes out Pro Builders. Binds back in the fight once again. And we're gonna see numbers up once more from TSM. 60 seconds on the clock. The Glartrox could be huge from Cal. Is it? It does find at least one out of Chupiel, and they are walking through point 2.
Damn. I mean, yeah, that was a nice end to TSM sort of adventure on the second phase, and it was a little rough towards the middle phase, but now we're seeing the value out of Deadpool, and you know, maybe not so much the Adam Warlock stuff, but when they've gone to this Loki, when they've gone to the Adam or the Deadpool, you can see it a little bit, right? Like it's for sure kind of in a similar vein to the Mantis damage boost stuff. Once you get the jackpot, once you use the ultimate and bounce on your teammates' heads. Also, they're trying to take damage for those extra strat ults, and they're against that Punisher now. So they're forcing Equinox into kind of a weirder comp where they have Pro Builder now into the game instead of Wada playing that Daredevil and then Chupiel onto that Punisher. So we'll see if it pans out for them as they want to set up those dives towards this back line before they can build the jackpot on Brady.
You're on our radar.
Here it comes there. So we're seeing TSM just walk with this momentum. Equinox got to lock back in. They look so good on point 1. They've got to find their footing again. Crystal's popped out here for Pro Builder on that Daredevil. Roughly 50% win rate compared to Cat at a 46% in the pro scene right now. With more bans out. Unknown able to find one onto Respect. BTS able to turn that back onto Chupiel. The res comes back onto Chupiel, though stays in the field. Could be using that Punisher to try to shut down Dino and Groot. Another decent answer, but hasn't found so much success in the pro scene in this current meta when there's just some very strong hit scan. BTS gets locked into a corner with a huge outplay in a 2v1 situation. Really strong work there from Bedtime.
Yeah, he's been doing work on the Moon Knight so far, and they have no ultimates towards the very end, but in the neutrals, they're just putting so much pressure down range. Equinox are looking a bit lost. 50 seconds left to go. They see Nobine's back there all the way on the other side of the map, and Lyric now, that solo front line for the Emma. For TSM, they could build up Cal's ultimate as well. Here comes the ultimate on the opposite side for Punisher with the See Ya Later. I believe Cal does have that ult in the moment, ready to go. It does say 0%, but a little bit bugged, I think, in the score feed for the visuals at least, but they come back into it after the ultimate goes away. Nice disengage again by TSM, allowing themselves maybe a good ultimate out of either Guru or Cal coming up in a moment.
Cal's gonna have ult,
like, great kite play there. You see Guru gonna rush in with the Rampage, head right towards that back line and force out the copy from the side of Respect. Matches the Sia. Will they be able to burn that in time, or will they be in danger? 12 seconds on the clock here as Brady finds one. Chupiel trains that back into BTS. Unknown now drops Lyric. It's back and forth on the KO feed here as Cal preps another Glartrox. So this one land, this time it collapses onto a wall. Will not get enough value, and that's the difficulties of playing into a group like this, whether it's your friendly group walls or an enemy. Nobides now finds Brady. A strat line's in danger. The portal play needs to come out as Unknown launches with ultimate. The Strangling Prison able to find one on a Pro Builder, and the point is still moving.
But Gilbert even copies the Captain America, so that is a good strat. Ultimate actually kind of committed to that towards that spawn, so he didn't have his other strat line to get that pocket to get the copy onto at least the Deadpool. Doesn't need it. They still stay alive because of the Groot ultimate, like you said. Portal back from BTS. They camped it out potentially in overtime as Pro Builder's the last guy here, just trying to stall it out. Has the portal from spawn, so they can maybe jump back through, but the spawn timer's a bit too long, it feels like, in overtime, and you need to switch a full stall, full delay at this point.
Oh no, with the way Equinox is been
call out
playing.
in OT. We are,
I don't
folks.
think they
Spawns a
have
little bit
a
longer.
Star-Lord
No more
player.
portal. Puts them in a dire situation. Vines trying to hold
Like,
on.
I don't
Cal
think they
spinning
have
to win with the Blaster
good
Barrage.
hit
Are they
scan
going to be able to find
players.
this pick? They finally do onto Vines. Gilbert gets that on the Loki. Back is Vines from the BRB. Who's on the point, they're saying? How is this thing not moving as Gilbert Noodle now takes out Pro Builder? Down goes Chupiel. The Eye gets committed. Lyric finds one. Respect now finds one. It ain't over here for Equinox as they're trying to hold OT down to a sliver. Can they clean this up? They do. TSM push it the entire way.
Oh my God, that was messy at the very end. A water fountain of chaos, basically, from the middle of that bouncy castle. But regardless, you know, we switch sides now. TSM full cap it in overtime looks a lot better, I think, than the previous days where they were able to full cap. As well, you know, they have the Star-Lord available and stuff. They can go over to that comp if they really want to, but I think they got the group Moon Knight combination out, like you said. They were a bit uncontested. You know, Equinox trying to switch to something that can deal with it with the Captain America and Daredevil, but I don't know. It just feels like they play heavily around Chupio and just not as well around their sort of melee specialists. When they had the Black Cat on the previous map, it was a little bit easier when they had Wada in the game. But with Pro Builder and this sort of new situation they had on this next map, it's not looked as pretty. They almost first point held, I think, when they had the Mantis stuff.
What if you
know, that was still potentially
Chupio
available for them if they could play triple comp. I wouldn't mind that even against the Moon Knight
or
stuff.
Chupio
You just want to up the tempo, up the pace maybe a little bit, and with the damage boost, you can get things done. But I don't know, ever since they switched off of that and just tried to go to something a little bit different with the Loki and the Rocket, those CLAs were getting destroyed very quickly by TSM, and Equinox could not have the target focus to get kills, get KOs before that.
No binds that can dive with cap.
This was absolute chaos, dude. Good call out too on the cap copy up. That was genius, and it does help, you know, kind of boost the backline strat alt for once they get back to point off the portal. It really worked out for them. But yeah, you're talking about it's a little bit of sloppiness too at the end there. Team just kind of panicking. I'm sure the comms were absolute chaos as they kept thinking the fight was over, but they were still stalling somehow. And shout out to the side of Pro Builder who was on there. No binds who was on there for a while. Almost made it work out, but TSM persevered. No time on here as they're looking to defend. Compositions on the screen for you. Let's see if this works out for the side of Equinox.
And it has to.
Although,
you know, we'll
one-sided group Dino
see if
might roll.
if they can get that game win over TSM. Gilbert gets picked off early to Pro Builder's dive with no binds.
Although,
I mean, gets traded out at the very least, but
say,
still, that's
no
a good
binds
opening
Pro
for them.
Builder are kind of just diving together right now, so they might have a chance to
able to pump out so much damage over the back line, get towards his first corner. TSM wants to stabilize at the very least, put bedtime story still on that Star-Lord, and Gilbert needs to live from Pro Builder's dive with no binds again.
You see the reset here, folks, is Brady now going to initiate early on and walk them forward. It's the strat pool. Just going to keep everyone healthy. Forces out Ironwood Wall. They're going to break that quickly and try to look right at the front line. And Lyric now in a tough spot pays for it as Cal finds that pick. The space retaken here by Unknown, who actually heads right back to the team to protect around that corner. Always playing around.
And buffering.
Unnatural cover. That's what you're going to see here at this level of play as you see Cal and BTS trying to hold this backline. Pro Builder, even through that, takes out Gilbert. It's Guru gets a trade once more onto the front line of Equinox. Excuse me.
Yeah, this has been tough so far for the front line, not able to deal with all of that damage coming out, but Gilbert has the portal back now. Again, they're just relying on Unknown to kind of stall it out for that portal to come through. Now it does make it through. So we'll have the reinforcements from the spawn point as well as Unknown's ultimate second. If this lands flush, Equinox could be sent back to spawn.
And notice how the portal's always backwards, folks, on point, so you can dance and use it as a wall to protect yourself. And they're always going to be playing behind it and like natural cover. Lyric, though, comes right in with the rampage, finds one with Pro Builder down to Unknown, trades back and forth with a jump tech on the Dino. Cal now going to find respect in the backline. BTS tries, but gets taken out of the sky. Will he be able to find this pick? No. BTS now goes down from Lyric, who had an incredible peel job there. Pulls him out of the sky and finds the bite. Pro Builder onto Brady. This is just a matter of time here. I think Equinox might be able to push this quickly.
You got chopped down, anti-air Dino. Jesus Christ, you know, that's kind of like Sharknado, but it's Dino-nado. I don't know. That was a little insane. Taking down the flying Star-Lord ultimate was a bit nuts. Now TSM, you know, they do have that Guru ultimate again combo potentially as well as Guru, but you know, Equinox, you know, especially Pro Builder no binds, they're starting to get online a little bit too. I mean, you like that Daredevil dive with no binds. They've been able to kind of set that up very well. And as well as having that Luna Snow stuff. I mean, I kind of like the idea of the Deadpool stuff. I can see it kind of working in the long term. But again, I still just loved when Brady would play that Luna Snow, especially because it's available, just because he was so good on that previously.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think, you know, using the strat pool is definitely strong. There's really no ults they need to answer on the side of Equinox right now, so I don't hate the strat pool even into this comp. There's nothing that you have to, like, shut down completely. Instead, you gotta kind of group up as a unit and just stop them, as there's no, like, insta-KO outgo except for that. As the moon opens up, Jupiel able to find one. Pro Builder gets a two-piece. Lyric finds one. Jupiel and Pro Builder, again, this duelist line are walking them down. 3 ultimates still on the field here for Equinox, and there should be a ton of answers for TSM, but the question is, can they get there comfortably to not panic all?
I see. And they got to take it slow through the
Chad, it's just
other side again. Pro Builder, no binds coming through to at least make some annoying plays towards his backline to go in immediately towards that Loki before he gets the copy, but the greens allow them to live long enough. No, the copy's not there. No Straddle's going to save him, so Brady's going to be the last one alive. Cal's going to go down.
I was about to say, it'll clear up in a second.
This whole team.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Equinox took that loss personally on that point, and they are just speed running point 2 here with 2 minutes and 45, and I don't think Portal's available, so they should get this. This is an absolutely obscene push by Equinox, who are locked in and still have Lyrical. TSM just not able to get comfortable enough to press the Q button and have constantly kind of been on their heels throughout this, and that's the downside to this momentum shift. Equinox popping off.
I mean, the last map we saw Wana diving well with no binds, and you know, we were wondering where that was for Pro Builder. You can see it now. It's been pretty good. Now Unknown's going to switch over to help sort of peel off that dive, as well as play around Guru. So both playing this sort of anchor, you know, sort of characters around Cal, but again, they've done well or better, I think, with triple Stratus around this comp. We'll see if, again, Gilbert's going to be pressured out early. He's been having a rough time on it so far on the Loki. Jupiel takes BTS in the sky, out with the ultimate. Wait, that's crazy tracking.
Yeah, that's disgusting, and a huge answer as Gilbert copies up Guru with the Rampage out Cal. That's 3 ultimates committed for TSM. They want this momentum shift now, and they finally get a pick here to slow up the pace. Jupiel goes down, but the res is there on the BRB. I cannot express the amount of value on these BRBs, and the fact they don't have a dive character to get back there and break it is just like a 7v6 at all times. Cal, though, and BTS able to find 2 more, and well done by TSM here to get their feet back under them. Picks does have ult available here for Equinox.
How does Jupiel keep getting these KOs in these fights? And it was, yeah, good lockdown by the Vanguards, and same thing with Cal to find those picks on the cart. But still, I mean, you get that stagger pick towards the spawn to Punisher, just get tracked down cross map or shotgun. I think that was just straight up tracked. So thank God we have the in-game client. We can look at that back again. See you later. Committed. A lot of damage output now onto the front line. Unknown can't escape on the Emma, but at least it's just one for TSM, who run back away from this ultimate. So at least they get that ultimate out for the upcoming fight. But again, no straddle, due to the fact that they're making these fights so awkward for themselves. No ult in general for TSM. They have to build something or counter-engage Jupiel's Punisher ultimate, which they have done in the past. Respect can also appeal for it with the dance floor moment.
Yeah, I think the idea from Emma here, from Unknown, is, you know, you have alt answer for something like Pro Builder, who could go in with Let the Devil Out. Oh, here comes a dot from No Binds. Look at that back and forth patty cake from the back line. Great work there. Binds just trying to build that ultimate at 95%. But Emma's also good into Cap, too. Does a good job marking Cap. Not as good into Venom. So the idea there is kind of hit a 2-for-1 to answer some of this more chaotic dive and brawl. Unknown taking out Lyric. Now also good into Dino. As you see, that pick comes out. Popping that crystal's 25% of Dino's HP each time.
Well, that's why we wanted TSM to switch back to the Luna. I mean, Brady gets the freeze onto the Devil, onto the Daredevil. Ultimate committed by No Binds to keep Chupi alive, but Unknown gets the KO. But regardless, I mean, I like the Devil stuff can be good, but I think that's more towards like in the front to back sort of style. But once we go against players that can play dive, as Luna does decent. However, Pro Builder does shut down Brady again, so his backline needs to try to lift. Gilbert copies the Captain America again for the second time. This time it was, again, the only thing he could do, and Pro Builder goes down because of it.
A good marking here from Unknown, slowing up the pace, but yeah, I mean, look at the clock, a minute, right? So this is a really solid hold here from TSM. But there's so many ults available across the board. Everyone just a little afraid to make something happen. Out goes an early dance floor. Glartrock's gonna be able to combine with that at the moment, but I don't even know if they get the pick through it. They do not. Oh, the final judgment goes out, and Unknown tries to answer it, but I don't know if that's the answer you're looking for. Goodbye, Unknown, into Jupiel, who cannot be seduced in the final judgment. Completely CC immune, so unlucky situation there. Jupiel tries to take the hype. He can't do that on the float. Now going to look towards BTS in the height.
Yeah, Zipline got canceled. No Binds finds Gilbert again. I mean, Gilbert's been having a rough time on this defense so far. Cal goes down. Guru does commit the ultimate at the very least, but he has to get a spawn, basically. In the skies, BTS with the ultimate gets trapped by Jupiel again on the zipline. I got to watch this guy's POV back in the in-game client, because I don't know what's happening on this third phase, but he has been nasty on the Punisher so far, which is funny, because of the fact that TSM have another Punisher player on their team on the bench with Gale, but they get it done. They cap out the map, and we have a 3-3 map score on a very difficult map to fully cap out.
Why not push it to overtime to make it even more intense? Equinox locked in and find themselves an extra 15 seconds, which, you know what, could be just enough for a portal play, which typically you think around like 10 seconds from the spawn door is what you're looking for. So that does buy you that.
For Equinox.
But yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, both
Even
teams
if
look
they
strong,
win,
buddy.
they can't be
I
in
would
the
say
playoffs.
that attack.
Chip, don't lie. Don't lie.
No. On their attacks, they absolutely did. You don't
okay,
agree?
on the attacks. Well, dude, both teams look really bad right now. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, dude. They look, man, I don't know. You know,
across the board, I would say in this matchup, they're looking solid against each other on the attack. I mean, if you're going to put them against a top team.
Okay, yeah, you're right. They do look decent. I got to, rein it in a little bit. Man.
I love it.
I really think that like TSM on their attacks, at least when they switch over to those comps that are high tempo, I like them. It's just on defense. They're leaving Gilbert out to dry sometimes. The fact they, again, haven't been able to match these flanks by Pro Builder and stuff, like when those are available for him and no binds, they're trying to figure it out. But if they can stop that comp, they'll be good moving forward. But I think they kind of rely heavily on that Mantis triple comp a little bit, where they can just hard pocket one duelist and then also keep their backline nice and healthy.
You can see the compositional change here too, right? Like this looks so different than what we saw initially. It's going to be running something more front to back traditional. Brady going to be on that Invis, which has a very solid win rate and just win amount here in Ignite so far in 2026. Some of these heroes that just haven't been getting as much play, but statistically have just been getting more wins is something that I think is important to look at. So now we're going to see the attacking side of TSM off rip. Will they be able to keep their dream alive
I like the Moon Knight
and find this win? It's everything on the line for them right now.
Into the Devil Dino.
Excellent point, Chip. 30 seconds left to go. Everything on the point. Cal has been big on the also with the ultimate so far. Trupio on the Moon Knight, so it's a Moon Knight on Moon Knight matchup. But we have the dive on the opposite side. We'll see if Pro Builder gets shoved and stomped on this engage. This time he understands there's so much pressure coming out. Waits for those cooldowns, baits them out. But they're already on that first quarter.
Now, JBL playing in the back line, trying to build that ult, similar to BTS, 75%. Moving forward, both teams trying to find that combination ultimate, essentially point winning for them. It could be everything on the line. It's all about these strangling prisons right now. And Unknown going to find the first pick on a binds. It's a start here for TSM, but what do you know? The BRB that has just been infinite value finds another res. Chupiel looks upward towards Noodle, just trying to delete some of these Loki clones. The point has moved significantly now. It's about 75% of the way, if not 80. Pro Builder drops Gilbert Noodle in the back line, and that is a huge pick onto a potential. Oh, Pro Builder gets two. Lyric now going to find Cal, and this might be it, folks, for TSM on their attack, as Pro Builder finds another. Lyric gets two, and that could be overtime ticking down. I'm not sure the portal can get here in time. Gilbert to not make the switch. It will not come through.
Man, I mean, job done by Equinox there at the very end. They did get around the corner though for TSM.
Now they just have to push.
And I wonder what that looked like from Gilbert's POV. Was it necessarily his fault, right? Is it the fact that he's a newer strategist player not living, or is he just kind of again having to deal with these dive comps, or at least this Captain America and Daredevil, because it's not even like a full dive comp necessarily. Providing too much pressure, because it's just they're letting that surround kind of happen, and then they get suffocated. Gilbert's forced to use cooldowns. I thought that on the opposite side, Equinox were forced to use cooldowns in not so great spots, but you can see they are given the area to work around, because they're not playing against Daredevil, because they're not playing against the Captain America on the opposite side. They just get to fall back and hang out until they're full HP again, whereas they don't get that same situation. On the opposite side, they either deal with Pro Builder and no binds KO them, or they leave and then come back after cooldowns have been used and get the KOs. So it's just harder versus the dive at the moment. And you brought it up at the very beginning in this series, Shib. Maybe for the defense of TSM, I would kind of like the Penny Parker stuff that they used to do in the past. That would be a decent solution to what Equinox are doing.
Yeah, it's been the weakness that we've seen from this team, that obviously, it's a tough ask for them to try to find a solution to something they struggle with, within just this 3-week period.
It doesn't matter
yeah, they just lack dive heavily. Unknown here is looking to try to play the cap to get on the back line to distract. He talks about the value of that. Pro Builder getting a ton of finals. I think we saw 17 or something like that from Pro Builder and Chupiel. Like, they are just absolutely dominating this back line, applying so much pressure. The Loki crystals are really like your main source of staying healthy alongside the Invis shield. They're just trying to fight for their lives back there, and it's very difficult with the pressure from Equinox as we start off their attack, folks. 1 minute
Equinox will
and a
sweep if they
dream here
win
for
this, by
Equinox
the
to
way.
shut this down and end it before even a map 3. Will they be able to do it? TSM back against the wall. You gotta believe in them here as they're trying to make this dream stay alive. The first fight begins. Everyone is playing slowly right now.
I mean, they put Unknown over to the cap to try to deal with that back club, but now they don't have that Groot stuff. So you can see Equinox, I mean, they're on a timer now. Before that Groot combination comes out with Chupio, at least with Lyric, he's been able to hit them so far. You know, Groot can always mismatch it on the opposite side. The Star-Lord comes in to fight that 1v1, or 2v2 rather. Both matching each other. Actually getting the better of it is that Star-Lord. So at least they're controlling the flank angle for now, making sure that dive doesn't come on to Gilbert. I like this play out of TSM. They're reacting to what happened on the attack.
Agreed. Finally marking it, right? Like not allowing the backline to just have to deal with it themselves. Instead, sending 2 resources to just keep eyes on, and that's going to be BTS and Unknown. Now, but BTS goes very low, almost not able to fly away. 30 HP. You're not even 14 if you don't have the dodge roll there. Guru holding on the point here with the Dinosaur. Still, everybody just kind of on their heels. OT has begun. BTS finds the first pick on the binds. This is sloppy looking, man. No one's doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, if no binds knew that the Star-Lord was 1 HP, maybe turns around. Green's used, though. Nice job. Unknown trades back. Respect. Chupio onto one of the Guru. Ultimate's up from Pixel. Chupio falls up with the ultimate, but are any of the KO's going to happen? Pro Builder is in the back line, able to get another one in Chupio.
But it's just allowing them to walk. It's not even going to matter.
From Unknown as BTS starts off with ultimate, trying to shut this down right now. This could be a massive all here. Is able to find another and a third. BTS might shut this down. The portal play likely going to be coming in. Is it enough? Yeah, there's the portal. Can they stop this? Binds is still there. What a hold for the moment, but they got to get back on point. Guru now gets the point off the back of a portal. They're still alive here. The dance floor is now out for respect. Cal with the Glar truck tries to pull him off point, but you can't remove the dance floor that's still holding on from respect. The invisible boundary's now there. Both teams are playing so nervous as they maintain pressure on point, and that's going to be 3 here for TSM. This might be the end as the copy goes out and OT ticks down, and we might be going to game 3, folks. We are.
Wow. Oh, what the hell? They actually hold? That's insane. Oh my God. All right, well, you know what? Sometimes it's good to just walk down the street, you know, and just witness an absolute brawl fight between 2 freaking absolutely slobber-knockered individuals, because this is a banger. This is an absolute banger, okay? I don't. Who cares about what I said earlier? You know, sometimes you want some junk food, right? Sometimes you want the 5th and 6th seed to go back and forth together for that spot in the playoffs. At least TSM are fighting for that spot in the playoffs. Obviously, Equinox already eliminated, but that was a fun last sort of end.
Oh, God, yeah, I love you, brother.
Okay,
yeah, I mean, that was a fun one to watch, but I mean, it was sloppy, it was nervous, right? You saw the nerve play. You can see, I really like the marking like you talked about. Unknown over there with BTS, just making sure the backline didn't get flanked for the first 30 seconds. Half the time was off the clock at that point. And then it was just an alt fight. BTS was farming alt the entire time, whereas you can't really do much as Pro Builder trying to engage on those 2. So just won the alt trade, got alt first, and the final point, their final chance, and took it home. Incredible play, folks. We are heading to map 3, and we're going to look at it together right after this break.
All right, chat, it's going to run its highlights for a bit. I'll be right back. See what map 3 is going to be. See if Equinox knocks TSM out of the playoffs.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and welcome back to What's the Meta. We're more than halfway through the group stages of Stage 1 across the Ignite globe at this point, and the meta footprint the Devil Dinosaurs left us has settled somewhat, so according to the data, What are the teams discovering? We have to talk about what stayed the same, and the top two kings of the meta are still exactly the same. Gambit is pretty much the priority when it comes to a first ban. We don't get to see him. I think we've spoken about him enough. We all know why. And Devil Dinosaur is still number 2. Teams are protecting Devil Dinosaur because everybody else is. The stats sort of line up that if you have Devil Dinosaur and the other team does not, you have a pretty decent win rate. So they're protecting Dino because when one team gets him, that team usually wins because he's so easy to incorporate into a composition. He's very good at shutting down some of the more like brittle duelists that want to be a little bit more divey. And so he's just a great character to sort of put in the middle of the map and honestly just build around. With the damage that he deals, the damage that he blocks, and just the way that he's able to stall and fight on objectives, yeah, Devil Dinosaur is pretty good and one of your mainstay vanguards for the time being. That's all standard. We could see that in the games that we saw last week, but what has actually changed? When it comes to big winners, there's none more so than Rocket Raccoon. He didn't just become more popular, teams discovered just how to win with him with how he plays. Obviously, he's been buffed over the last couple of seasons, is looking really good. The likes of Be Right Back as just an ability are very useful in these like long drawn out team fights where it gets hard to eliminate anybody because you've got the likes of Devil Dinosaur. Get a pick on Devil Dinosaur, or Be Right Back instantly brings him back into the fray. Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. The team up with Star-Lord is obviously very good because Star-Lord got buffed, and the fact that Rocket is very good with his survivability. The fact that a Daredevil or a Black Cat can jump on him, try to eliminate him, and he's able to sneak out goes to show a lot of what the strategists can do to make sure that they don't get picked off when it's important. Resource generation, the Arn Amplifier as an ultimate for just damage boost for everybody is a key thing to win out some of these long drawn out fights where there's so much sustain. And Rocket can put out a good amount of damage, but he can obviously put out a metric ton of healing too. So yeah, Rocket is one of the main winners when it comes to how much he has shot up the rankings when it comes to not only a protect priority, but also a ban priority too. And his win rate when one team gets him and the other one doesn't is pretty high. One of the highest that we've seen so far. Like almost 2/3 of the time high. So yeah, he's good. And because Rocket got stronger, one of the characters that benefits from him the most and is also pretty good answer to him got stronger too, that being Phoenix, Jean Grey. She's very good at destroying the deployables with her
some of the
ultimate.
stuff that
She
you
benefits
do
from Rocket's
learn.
resources,
Just
damage
remember,
boost into a solo Jean Grey when
these
you're
aren't
running triple
necessarily your
strategies
lobbies,
is a great way
so
to
don't
actually find
expect your
elimination
teammates to
in
be
high
able to do the
sustain.
stuff that you
And he
learn.
just synergizes really well with Phoenix as pretty much become one of the major options for a duelist outside of Star-Lord. Now the Elsa's sort of fallen out of the fray. And because these two have shot up in popularity, some of the other options that were trying to contest them have fallen down a little bit in the choice order. And one of the major ones actually for losers is Black Cat. She remains a popular hero for teams, but we're not seeing teams nearly spend as much like capital guaranteeing access to her. Her protect cost, she was a common like, we want to protect this character so it doesn't get banned. We're going to try and one-side it if we can. That hasn't really worked. Like the win rate is still pretty underwhelming, like under 50%. If a team gets Black Cat and the other team doesn't, they don't win the majority of the time because other stuff is banned out as an option. So Black Cat just isn't providing that much when it comes to the draft. It just seems that teams are still playing her, but they're like, there's no point protecting her because it just isn't that worth it. And also, we're not going to ban her because we want to get some of the other characters out that we've mentioned instead if we can. It just feels like Black Cat is fine, but she's not super strong that we need to get rid of her fine, or protect her in this case. She's just not being treated as a hero that you must secure. But she's not the only one that's sort of dropped down. Like White Fox's popularity has gone down, Captain America's popularity has gone down, Luna even, who's quite high up in the rankings,
at the
has
end
dropped
of like
a good
everything.
chunk. As has Ultron, who isn't seen half as much as before. Not because they're objectively worse characters, it's just because Rocket and Jean Grey are demanding a lot more attention from teams, and that sort of attention needs to come from somewhere. I am really curious to see what we see in like the last week of groups, considering at least for like EMEA in Americas, there's a month we're going to have Cyclops in the game when we get to stage 1 playoffs. So the meta is going to change a lot. So I'm excited to see what this last week of action is going to give us before we go into season 8.5. But I hope you found this interesting. Thanks for watching, and let's get back to the action.
Welcome back, one and all, and with this victory, we do in fact have a series on our hands. TSM is tying up this lovely match, 1-1, and we're now heading to map number 3. But let's be real, this was not a clean affair from either of those teams. In fact, this kind of turned into like just an all-out brawl. I'm here for it, don't get me wrong. It's entertaining, nerve-wracking also. But these kind of matches, or maps rather, get a little hard to dissect because there's just a lot of critique you could utter about either side, but then obviously one team is winning, so you also have to give them credit there. But overall, this just looked a little sloppy.
Yeah, it was chaos, especially in OT at the final point there. It was like anyone's game. I do think what won them, and I'm curious your take too, is what won them that fight was the marking of the off angle. They finally stopped Pro Builder from just devastating the backline, and that 30 seconds they bought was everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they marked the backline. Unknown as well switched over to the Captain America off of Groot and stuff, and I think that was allowing them to be a little bit more proactive with those off angles that you talked about. You know, him and BTS able to control them, so eloquently put by you, Shib, and Unknown, I think, made that transition quite well. But, you know, back to Zoe's point at the very beginning when we came back is that this is kind of a messy affair, but, you know, sometimes that's fun, right? Like, there's a reason why we watch the Kardashians, right? It's a reality TV for us, but in Marvel Rivals.
I'd rather watch this than the Kardashians any day of the week, honestly.
You're a knower.
But I am indeed. I also know that I really like what I'm seeing from Equinox, and they just have a lot of ways of making TSM somewhat uncomfortable, not allowing them to like execute on their strategies, on their game plan, putting them in kind of awkward spots. Obviously, like a hard focus on that backline from Jupil and Pro Builder really played dividends, and TSM played reactionary right at the very end, as you already said, Shib. They did start to dedicate more resources in order to keep that backline alive, but it was almost a little too late.
Like yeah, I think the switch from Brady to go Invis helps self-peel a little bit, and then you have Crystals as well from Gilbert. They did a good job holding on, but Pro Builder, like you're saying, just shout out to Equinox, was a problem. I don't think we've seen Jupil and Pro Builder pop off this much. 20 and 19 finals is a lot. It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of dive. It's a lot of focus. The backline constantly, the comms got to be crazy. But yeah, I mean, they found an answer. TSM was able to make it work, but yeah, it was not pretty.
This was like, I think it also an excellent job from Lyric on the front line. I think he got, so he's most damage on his team on Groot. And I mean, you talk about Groot being one of the best characters as well, just dealing damage in the Vanguard line. But definitely felt uncontested. BTS's stat line, at least with the 57K, was probably because of the fact that he's mostly playing Moon Knight, but he looked good on the Star-Lord at points. You know, and I think, you know, we saw some excellent plays out of Jupil towards the very end on Punisher, but, you know, that was just kind of clean tracking out of him for sure onto BTS and Cal.
Now, of course, heading into this last map, first of all, of course, the big question, where do you think Equinox is going to take us? Shib, any ideas where they will find themselves most comfortable?
Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and say Heart of Heaven.
Wow,
that's
you are.
Called it. That's 100%.
That's crazy.
I love this map. I think this enables the dive stuff, also enables the Groot stuff. So looking forward to seeing Heart of Heaven for sure.
Yeah, let's see if we're going to see more Groot, because Dogman, both of the teams have put a lot of value into Dino.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it could do a good job shutting it down. You know, in Heart of Heaven, I think we can still go for that ban phase on a TSM where we ban out those like hit scans and stuff. I don't know. Yeah, it is kind of interesting. Like I would have been maybe a little bit more towards Symbiotic Surface and stuff, especially if we're going to play like these Daredevil comps and stuff. I want to play that a little bit more.
We'll check it now.
I don't know if like Wada's going to get subbed back in, because I think he played a very good map against TSM. But I don't know. We'll kind of see what happens, as this is the map pick and this is TSM's tournament life on the line.
It is indeed. They're just one map away from being eliminated, so they're playing with their backs against the wall. Meanwhile, Equinox has nothing to lose and is just here to provide us all entertainment and having a good time with it. And we certainly do have a good time whenever it's Dogman and Shib on the mic to call the action. So guys, please take it away.
Thank you so much, my friend, as we see the bans. Gambit off the rip. That's a surprise to me. Brand new strategy from all these teams. And the lock into Dino. Dino, you and I said in the green room, I mean, Dino's incredibly strong, has a lot of strong assets, but can be countered. There is solutions at the pro play. And, you know, while in ranked, maybe teammates won't switch as much. In the pro play, they will find solutions with things like Moon Knight Pun and just walk right through them.
Yeah, I was trying to hit up Gator and some of the Team Liquid Citadel guys to see what their thoughts were on it, and they're kind of like, what we were not on base necessarily, but they kind of were like, yeah, the Adam Warlock and Deadpool stuff is meant to counter Devil Dino, but then that obviously you just switch off of that to like a dive hero, and it just kind of counters the Deadpool Adam Warlock stuff. So for as good as that can be, it does feel like it's easily counter swapped if the other team has a brain. Upcoming last map though, Black Cat is protected for Equinox. I like this because they had the most success, map number 1 on the Black Cat.
Yeah, and there's that Star-Lord removal too. Star-Lord has been looking great. That's a great ban out because TSM found success with that. I mean, obviously that's what won them the final fight there. BTS finding a 3-piece, I believe. But, there was really nothing else they could do in that moment. They're just trying to stall point and wasn't able to hold on for long. Removal of Luna, I think, is a strong pick. And this is the classic Rocket. We're going to see a lock and then a ban, I think, coming from Equinox, which has been the mainstay of their ban phase.
Yeah, Rocket's good. I think TSM actually did a good job like focusing on it, at least if they have the Star-Lord, but the Star-Lord ban now prevents that from happening, I guess. And yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with also some people saying that like these teams are a little bit out of date with the ban and protect phase 2 because they protect the Devil Dino, but you can counter the Devil Dino too, with certain compositions. And then the Phoenix, we heard from a lot of people that like it's just like Phoenix, you can delete the end song in the sky now. It's kind of the same thing with Rocket a little bit, but to a even easier degree to take care of. So they get the Rocket protect on the opposite side, so it's not one-sided this time around for TSM.
I think this is smart. I was expecting something different. I think this is a good reactionary lock here from TSM, and then Mantis is going to be the ban out from Equinox. Makes sense to me on the triple backline stuff. But yeah, I like this ban phase more from both sides, but I would say more so from TSM, at least from what we saw with these last 2 maps.
Yeah, they still got to play the Luna too. Like I think that Brady's been good on it. Obviously they played the Loki stuff with Gilbert. I haven't liked it as much when I see, when we see Brady on the Luna Snow.
Yeah,
especially on this next map on Heart of Heaven. At least my thoughts on it, Shib, which was like Rocket's good, and I think some maps he's just not as strong because it depends on BRB location.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times if we see people not get rezzed and BRB is up for their team, I think that's either just bad placement of the Rocket Raccoon on that team. Or it's just on a very open map like this one where it's going to be too far away to get the res.
Yeah, I mean, you can hide it in decent like off-angle locations, but a lot of those like backline pathways are where dive initiates from. So it's like you kind of just find the BRBs if you're playing a dive comp, which is what we've been seeing more so from the side of Equinox, where TSM doesn't really do a lot of that. But we're seeing now, at least for the moment, Cal's showing some dive potential on the DD. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition with Unknown to be on the cap as well. This is the kind of stuff I wanted to see from this team. We'll see if it works out.
Yeah, they get the Mantis this time around for Equinox because of how the ban phase did go. Nobody's going to be back on his coveted Venom that we've seen in the past. And by the way, bear in mind for TSM, as you can get their Deadpool bundle in-game if you want to support these guys, they may not make the playoffs even if they do win this series, right? Because they still rely on SSG to lose the other game that is happening after this one. So you want to stay tuned for that to see if SSG can take down, yeah, we lost. But obviously, a lot relies on that. TSM now switch over to the Bucky from Cal back from Spawn. They're trying to play that counter dive to no binds in this triple with Pro Builder on the Black Cat.
Yeah, I was surprised to see the DD, but the immediate switch there from Cal is going to leave the dive into Unknown's hand. The idea being just to try to force the turnaround a little bit, while the duelists of BTS and Cal can just pressure whoever is applying that pressure to their backline. And there's the commitment now, ready on that Luna, getting dove heavy. Goodbye instantly from Pro Builder, and that is the power of Black Cat. I mean, Black Cat's KO potential is wild.
Yeah, at least the BRB brings back Freddy into the fight, but they have to really fight for these spots, make sure they can shut down No Binds of Pro Builder. If that freeze is missed, it's pretty much done for Freddy in the backline. Deadpool ultimate committed by Lyric. Nice job on the Cal, but everybody's here to help pocket it. Oh, excellent peel from Guru too, but the BRB does bring back him.
You know, Lyric back in the fight. Number's still going to be here for Equinox as Guru walks forward, heading right into that back line. Going to be tough as now Unknown is there on top of the Rocket. Good movement. Using some of that Ultron drone. Should just play slow and steady. Backing together indoors. Really clean start here from Equinox. TSM space has been created. BTS wants this. Does find it onto Binds on the storied Venom. First hit comes in on a point. And And this is some good pressure. I think they've got him locked in. Jupiel goes down now. BTS with another pick here is locking in, but does pay for it as Pix finds one.
Wow.
Pro Builder takes out Gilbert, now comes back in and takes Brady too. What a sweep.
Oh my God, they just fell apart. It was just at the drop of a hat. Like you mentioned, Pro Builder comes back, see you later, popped. Only one tick, selfie at the very end too. Actually make it 2 selfies. Might as well just farm them in terms of social media likes. But you know, that's tough. Like Pixel, good, excellent positioning out there. You know, BTS going a little bit too far, taking the bit of an ego chow. But could, you know, maybe he feels like he has to play aggressive, go for that Mantis before she ults. So Equinox now sitting a decent spot, also holding him only to 1 tick is nice as 2 minutes are off the clock.
Oh, and there's a big bite. Doesn't work out, though. Goodbye. The Sia now out for Gilbert and Noodle. And will they be able to find value off it? Matched back by the Soul Resurgence. Potential alt combinations. Rage of Ultron's out in the sky, too, heading backwards. And there's the Freedom Charge as an answer. But Pro Builder, throughout that, gets the pick. And that's the value of this dive, waiting until the chaos ensues and then initiates on that backline, gets that pick. TSM needs to make something work here. A lot of commitment from Equinox. They do have alt advantages. Guru starts up with the Rage. The Rampage goes in, but Pro Builder now diving on that backline with combination. Answer right back with the dance floor. Not gonna be able to be reset. Pro Builder gonna have to run away. 40 HP in a dream. Goes into the waterfall and stays healthy. They're trying to get a tick here, but no bind. Still maintaining that presence on point. Now it's back and forth again in the KO feed.
The trading again, and that's huge for this defensive side who gets the BRB advantage. So BTS trying to go for something a bit far now away from his tracks, but it's going to be hard to come back into this as Equinox are a full healthy 6, also playing the triple. They block off the healing onto Guru, but not enough damage output onto him, so excellent job from the pocket, but sleep onto Unknown. That could potentially shut him down, and it does. Pixel again showing up, but Pro Builder straight on the opposite side. The Mantis play's been nice for the defensive hold, but TSM have 6 again as they've dealt with, finally, with the Black Cat.
Yeah, they've got numbers advantage. They need to make something happen now. Lyric doing a great job just playing on this point, trying to peel a little bit, but Unknown finds one. Cal gonna find a second. There's both strategists here. The BRB gets taken out first off the backs of the Rocket as no binds now goes down for BTS once more. Numbers completely sweep. The portal will not come through, and TSM gets .1.
Yeah, the Pill's looking a little bit better. You know, I think they dealt with the Black Cat pretty well, and also took advantage of Gilbert in that last fight with a good BRB location. Upcoming fight, though, you know, this defensive hold should be a little bit easier for Equinox, I think, in the second phase. The Black Cat won't have as much distance to close, but it's the same thing for Unknown, who's looked a lot better on that Captain America as well, off of the Groot. I think he's been a little bit more proactive for this team, even though they don't have the Star-Lord this time around. He's creating space, helping peel at least a little bit more on that mobility side, putting pressure onto Brady and Gilbert, and maybe that's enough to keep TSM, or sorry, yeah, to keep TSM into it and keeping, sorry, respect Pixel and Chupio off of Cal and BTS.
Lartrox available here, and the Freedom Charge from Unknown, matched back with the Soul Resurgence, the Sia, and now the Banhammer from Lyric. A lot of solutions, as TSM should have almost 6 ultimates in this fight. Down to 4 for the early start of the fight from Equinox. There goes Lyric off rip, gets frozen immediately, not able to follow up off it as now the Sia gets, oh, this could be a huge Lartrox. It does find at least one. Are they going to be able to get this pick on Lyric? They do. Now up a number. They get rid of the BRB that almost lands right in front of them as Binds takes out Brady to even the numbers. Unknown now onto Pixel, back in their favor. Brady comes back into the fight. Now up 2 numbers is decided TSM. The reset from Cal, who tries to find a second pick through the smoke screen, but does not.
Yeah, they're all over the place right now. At least the Tortoise is slowly moving forward still. BTS does get traded. Guru trades out Chupio as well, so it's getting a little bit dicey towards the middle phase of the map as that Luna Snow does make her way back towards the cart. See you later available again for Respect, who tried to dodge Cal, but could not escape the grasp of the Meatball legend himself, Captain Bucky Barnes. And TSM upcoming fight do have the Luna Snow dance floor at least to sort of peel together, but they're gonna have to delete that See You Later again. They've done so far throughout the series.
Yeah, that's a double right there in that moment. Or excuse me, no, it was not. Brady gonna ult up. We're gonna see Cal be able to take picks through that. That is huge. Guru goes in with a Rampage. Are they gonna be able to find more value here as Binds matches back with the Freedom Charge to stall the pace just a little bit? The cart's not moving at all yet. They got to drop back, even being up numbers. Almost a pick there on the back line from this side of WoW. Pro Builder, who gets taken out from Cal, doing a great job on this Bucky. Brady now takes out Binds, and they are walking forward very close to this second point here. I think Portal's still on the table.
is still on the table for sure, but nobody's switching to it at the current moment, and they're just going for a sort of stall play with 6 seconds left to go. 3 meters as well to close out. They're not. Lyric pops the ultimate, does get frozen though, so the Banhammer doesn't fully go off. Nice freeze from Brady.
We have to get back on point here in a moment. What a shot there from BTS on a Pro Builder. Numbers up now. They're going to break this BRB. Binds is very low. BTS doing a good job marking some of this dive stuff. Guru holding on to the point for the current moment. And Cal looking for a pull opportunity now. Lyric still on this point after being the first one to touch and launching ult. There's that Sia. And now the portal gets committed. Really good patience there to wait till you absolutely need it. As we see the Kraken impact once more. This could be massive. Doesn't seem like it lands. It does. Cal going to reset again. And Unknown gets 2, and that could be point 2. It is.
This is why I wasn't maybe the biggest fan of the map pick for Equinox, due to the fact that, you know, like I said, they want to play around this dive stuff a little bit more around the Black Cat, but this map's a little more open, you know, and especially if you're going to give BTS the Elsa, if you're going to give Cal the Bucky, you know, and you still allow Rocket to go through, a little bit more space for Brady to work around. It can be worrisome. I think it was a fight-winning freeze onto No Binds, or Lyric rather, towards the back line, who did get that Banhammer removed, animation cancel, or ultimate canceled rather, in the upcoming fight. You do have, again, enough damage with maybe also Strategist ultimate to walk towards Brady before the ultimates come out from Unknown. But the target focus has not been there for Equinox, and it seems like it hasn't been there the whole season. It's been a bit of a mainstay problem for them on combo and convergence. They haven't been able to figure it out.
Pixel having resurgence here. Unknown and Brady to have answers. Brady finding another pick onto Binds, doing really good on this Luna that finally gets through the phase for them. To be mainstay of that back line. Really strong hit scan. Converting from Duelist over here into the strat line. Looking to make it look easy at the moment, but there's that dance floor now matched right back. Out goes the Banhammer. Doesn't seem like it's going to get too much value through the dance floor, and the point's still moving here with 13 seconds on the clock.
I mean, this team is very well fundamentally, you know, playing these sort of countering into the bubble sort of comps. You use the Glartrox onto the Devil Dino, but they have to delete the See You Later, who gives him a little bit of overhealth and damage output. But Guru evades, gets back to his team as Unknown has a well-timed Captain America Freedom charge. Also, BTS coming up with the ultimate in just a moment. Pro Builder, same thing. There's the Mantis ultimate. Chupio finds Gilbert. BTS could try to turn things, but he's down 2 people. Glartrox is out. Oh. And he KOs the 3 people with Glartrox.
Oh, that was almost massive, and it still finds 2. Actually, 3. Wow, what a disgusting ultimate right there. That was potentially game-winning. Pro Builder able to find Guru. Both strategists down now, 2. TSM's portal coming through from Brady. And the stall from Unknown wasn't enough time. It was. The portal touches. The Kraken impact goes up from Cal, who tries to get the pick. The reset not quite there now as Pro Builder heads towards the back line, but they have reset on this point. They've just got to peel and make sure the strat line gets comfortable, but no, they can't. Chupiel able to drop Cal. Crystals now get launched out from Gilbert, who's using that through the spawn. Potential switch now is Unknown goes to the Wolverine. Pro Builder onto BTS. Down. No Binds finds 1 Pixel. Goodbye again to Brady. The whole team gets swept, and that is going to be the OT.
Oh my God, that got messy at the end too, but Equinox get it done. They hold. That was a nice Glartrox, like you said, an attempt to bring back that fight for TSM, but they lost too many earlier on. The Black Cat was too much to overcome, but still a pretty decent push. 120 meters to go. It's a matter of can they figure out the defense. You talked about how good both these teams can be on the offensive side, but the defensive spectrum's not really been the same boat, right? Like they've been 2 different teams offensively and defensively. You know, maybe on a map that's more open, we could see something out of the likes of TSM. Same thing with the fact that they have Gilbert playing that Rocket Raccoon. But, yeah, you know, we'll see if they can keep that up for TSM and come back in this series.
Yeah, it's a good point. These teams just don't look nearly as strong on defense as they have on offense, which is surprising. I think just this back line is just constantly in a state of terror here from Pro Builder, who is just 16-4 right now with 9 finals. They've got to find a way to stop that chaos, but I think their answer right now, at least on defense, is they're going to run that triple comp and try to hold that indoor location to not allow the Cat to get too much value. But what I'll say is some of the top teams are liking Cat into triple because you can essentially land that whip on all 3 of the strat line, giving you your money back, so you can indefinitely pressure all 3 of them at once, making it very difficult to out patty cake. So we'll see if Pro Builder is able to use that to their advantage, to his advantage, but Cal on the Ultron will just have to try to float away and get away from some of that while droning that back line.
I like that new ship TikTok available there in the title. Infinite Money Glitch, Black Cat, just play against Triple Strategist. It's all good.
Oh, buddy, as we start up our first fight here of the attack from Equinox. Equinox looking to shut down the dreams of TSM moving forward into this playoffs. This is everything for TSM here. 1-to-1 situation. Next win takes it. Equinox already out of the tournament, doing it for the love of the game here. TSM, I can feel the nerves through the screen.
Yeah, they really need to figure this game out, right? I think they did a good job shutting down No Binds last map on the Bucky and Elsa. Now they have the Eltron out. Can they keep that up? Oh, BTS finds the Black Cat, almost finds the follow-up, but barely evades that damage. Pro Builder has the trap there for a second to slow him down. But it's just even at the current moment. Ultimate's being built up by Lyric again, who has the first ultimate with the Deadpool. Banhammer. Cal goes down to the sky.
Yeah, that's a huge pick early on. Able to find Cal so the backline can't play off each other. Could be a Banhammer now on BTS, not allowing him to really take a lot of risky shots that he can't miss. You're going to be in trouble. And yep, there's that trouble as goodbye. Trubiel comes in, takes out Bedtime. Guru, though, trades that back on Pro Builder, which is kind of the idea here of the Dino. You're going to have to play peel duty when they're being dove this much. The point has started up. One tick down for Equinox. Will they be able to fly through this early on? Trubiel is doing a great job here on this Elsa.
Yeah, they might have big free sleep too, so they all deal with the unknown on the backside, and they still have a tick on the point, haven't been able to get multiple, but everybody came back to peel off Pro Builder, who now gets peeled off again. 2 fights in a row. They able to deal with the Black Cat, and kind of all on Trupiel so far. If they look for the Devil Dino, not able to do so. Spect actually dropping back to heal the team. Everybody's together, but no, Cal came back onto that Devil, on that Daredevil, finds Pixel, so they're still in it. Respect also throws the ult, and they still lose Respect in the fight. This is going actually decent for the side of TSM, and there's ultimates even committed by Trupiel on the backside.
Yeah, they're likely using Cal here to just trying to mark that Black Cat, just essentially call out the dive location at all times, mark it, try to shut that down, and it's working for him at the moment. Pro Builder's been an absolute raid boss against this team, but has been heavily taken out early in each one of these fights. So shout out to TSM's defense, identifying the problem and trying to stop it. You'd love to see that in Rank Ladder, you know? You just don't ever see that in Rank Ladder.
Well, I think this map is so open, and you know, a lot of players in ranked and also in these games sometimes it can be hard to keep the momentum moving forward on such an open map type and you know, actually capitalize on the positionings that your team has. Pixel goes down again. The Mantis ultimate was committed and still went down in it. Target focus looking a lot better. Cal has 3 in the fight on the Daredevil off of that dive. Excellent work by TSM. And Shiv, this team on the defense, they're looking completely different. And Equinox, that's already nearly a minute left on the clock. 3 minutes are chewed off from TSM.
Yeah, I just think when TSM tries to run the triple comp, it just like never works for them. And now they're running something a little more traditional. They're putting Cal to help with a little bit of that dive from unknown, and it's working out at least for this moment. They're going to have heavy ult advantage here. This is absolutely their fight to lose, as it's down to 60 seconds. Now it's about not overcommitting these ults and making sure you get net value against what the ults are going to be committed from Equinox. Pro Builder going to start off now with a calling card. BTS launches the Glartrox, seems to land on Pixel, who does go down. Cal cleans 1. Chupiel now going to find BTS. It's the res comes through, so the number's still even for TSM. Pro Builder finds Gilbert Noodle, but the rest had already happened, so still going to be roughly even. Out goes the Freedom Charge now, this time from Unknown, heading towards the back line to keep them healthy, driving the entirety of Equinox back to set up for another fight, potentially the final fight before Portal.
Yeah, Nerve's going to be kind of reaching their peak at the moment. No binds brought back by the Devil Dino. Goes low, gets some pocket by the Loki, but it's last fight territory. Bubbles out now for Lyric as well, and Pro Builder finds 1.
Yeah, Brady, though, able to turn that back. Pro Builder goes down, but that was a huge pick. Ultimates are gone here for TSM, and now Trupiel has the Glartrox to be the solution. Should it need to be, it is going to find 1. Goodbye here to Guru, as Pixel cleans that up with Rocket Raccoon, whose Blicky just does infinite damage in this new patch, and this looks like they might be able to take this point, but the portal's coming in, and it is going to be there for BTS. Can they stall this and make this work? Cal able to find no binds, puts them up a number currently. Can they keep this pressure? The Sia's now out for Respect, though. That's going to be tough to cut through. Pro Builder takes out Gilbert, who's not able to find much value. Even can't even get those crystals out in time. As we see now, Cal trying to get another pick, trying to mark this cat, and there is the marking on a Pro Builder. Oh, but doesn't clean it up.
Oh my God, she's dashing around. Does go down, and TSM have done it. They win. They freaking win. Oh my God, and now we have to wait for the SSG match to see if they win their matchup, because TSM, they got the job done and win 2-1.
Holy, they did not stay on the point there. They just left it just a slight moment of vulnerability, whether it was the Devil Dino Chomp to take off point. We missed it in that moment. That was incredibly /lucky /smart from TSM on the comp switch, but they got it done, at least their half. Next, it's all about this next matchup. Zoe, what did you think about these two teams?
Swap.
I mean, wow. TSM fighting for their playoffs lives, and Equinox just fighting to have a good time, to prove a point, to end on a high note. I don't know what it was, but this turned out to be a much closer series than what we would have expected to see here, really. Heading into today, I kind of thought the TSM was just going to run away with it, but I think it was pretty clear after domination that that's not going to be the point. A little bit on the brawly side, a little bit on the scrappy side, but sometimes it be like that, especially for a team like TSM, which the pressure has got to mount up. It has to get to them, right? Especially if you know you're considered the favorite to win this and your playoffs are on the line for this one, Dogman.
Yeah, I think there was a lot that kind of went wrong for them, you know, the last time, or for Equinox, sorry, and then for TSM, you know, that there was a lucky, fortunate map pick out of them, I think, for the side of Equinox to pick that map, and then also for.
All right, chat. That is pretty much the end of the stream, but I appreciate everybody for joining. And I will not be streaming again until next Saturday and Sunday. So I will see you all then.